Live from Washington, D.C., NBC News covers the inauguration of Ronald Reagan. Today's coverage is brought to you in part by the General Foods family of fine products, pleasing you and your family for over 50 years. American Gas, your gas company, providing and tomorrow. Bounty, the quicker picker-upper, and Crisco oil for fried foods that don't taste greasy and salads with no heavy, oily taste. Now reporting from the United States Capitol, here are NBC News correspondents Roger Mudd and John Chancellor.
And good morning from the west front of the Capitol, Roger.
John?
All of you. You have been looking there on your screen at the view of Washington, D.C. from the west front of the Capitol, which Ronald Reagan will see later this morning in about 2 hours when he takes the oath of office as the 40th President of the United States. Never before has a president been sworn in looking out at this view. The other side of the Capitol involves looking at a parking lot. But this is a very pretty place. All those seats will be filled up before you know it, and the ceremonies will be underway. It is also an auspicious day in one other area of our national life. It begins to look now as though the hostages in Iran may leave Iran today, perhaps even during this ceremony this morning. The White House has been indicating that that may be true, and Mr. Reagan himself said as he went to church here in Washington this morning, the planes at the end of this are delighted. Now we'll just wait until we know they are airborne. If you were here this morning, you'd see have a small program like this given to you as part of your invitation, and it shows the simplicity of what we are about to see here today. After listening a little bit to the United States Marine Band and seeing some dignitaries, the oath of office will be administered to the Vice President. The oath of office will then be administered to the President. The President will make his inaugural address. It's a very simple but one of the great rituals of American life. Roger?
And about the only thing, however, it has in common with the first inauguration when George Washington was sworn in is that 35-word oath of office. Since that time, the inauguration in America has become a very complicated, very expensive party celebration. This one is costing about $8 million. It is a four-day party, a four-day celebration that absolutely galvanizes the city of Washington and, of course, the whole country. And I suppose as Carter leaves office, President Carter leaves office, the greatest gift he could bestow on the new man, Ronald Reagan, is the solution of this hostage crisis, because what a burden that would be for the new president to come in with that hanging over his head. As John reported, the president-elect has been to church this morning, the traditional church at St. John's, the worship on the inaugural morning. This is the White House right here on the map, and this is Blair House just across Pennsylvania Avenue, and this is the Church of Presidents, St. John's Church at the intersection of 16th and H Street. Bob Hager is at St. John's to report on the worship this morning.
Good morning, Roger. Service that has always occurred on the mornings of inaugurations. It was a short service, as I say, about 20 minutes long. They call this the Church of the Presidents because every president since James Madison has worshipped here at one time or another. But the inaugural service has not always been here. It's been such places as, well, for instance, President Nixon in the lobby of the State Department. There were 130 invited worshipers at this service. The President-elect, the Vice President-elect, their wives and family members. Understand we have some of President Reagan as he left Blair House, the picture of him as he left Blair House en route here to the church.
Hostages, stay back. Yes, I hear the plane near the end of the runway. I don't know whether you can hear that well. They told us you can hear the plane, but the plane was at the end of the runway.
He was asked, leaving Blair House and for his views of the situation. He said that we're delighted. He said he'd been informed by the president that the plane was at the end of the runway. Here then is the shot of President-elect Reagan arriving at St. John's Church. There was a good-sized crowd on hand. There he is waving to the crowd. And again, he said just that he was delighted with the hostage situation as it developed, that he'd been told the plane was at the end of the runway. There was some comment about the hostage situation on the inside, too. There were 3 ministers at this service: Dr. John Harper, who's the rector of the church, Reverend Billy Graham, who's been a friend to several presidents, and Dr. Don Mumau, the president's pastor from Los Angeles. It was Reverend Graham who referred to the hostage situation in his prayer. He said that we couldn't pray today without praying for the hostages and their families. We pray that thy will be done, and hopefully that it will be done today. John?
The hostages are, of course, a very important part of the inaugural story here today, and as you just heard President-elect Reagan say, the plane's at the end of the runway. That is possibly metaphorical, but in any case, we do think that the hostages will be leaving Tehran Airport before long. And so we've set up a special sort of desk for this. We've asked Robert Abernathy to coordinate our coverage of the hostage story, and here is what he has just learned. Bob?
There are unofficial reports that the hostages are moving toward the Tehran airport, where it's night now. These are unofficial reports. What we're doing is waiting now for official word of that, probably from the State Department. We hope it will come very soon. The Reuters news agency says a small bus has just driven to the tarmac at the Tehran airport, stopped near one of the 2 Algerian planes waiting there, but the airport is blacked out. It's not clear who the passengers were in that small bus. What we're doing, once again, is standing by. Yesterday's arguments over Iran's assets were resolved early this morning. Both sides say they expect the hostages to be airborne very soon. The Iran's chief negotiator says the hostages are now ready to fly. So what we're doing is standing by for word that the hostages are on their way to the airport in Tehran.
It's almost like the end of a spy thriller. The idea that the release would come within minutes of Ronald Reagan raising his right hand is to be believed in fiction only.
Yeah, because the Carter administration ends in 1 hour and 54 minutes. We'll be back with more coverage of the end of that administration, the beginning of the other, after this. The next event on this ritual morning in Washington, D.C., with the inauguration of Ronald Reagan as president, will be for Mr. and Mrs. Reagan to leave Blair House and go across Pennsylvania Avenue to the White House, which they will occupy for the next 4 years. The Carters have been packing and moving out. When they leave the White House to ride with the Reagans to the Capitol this morning, the Carters will not go back. They will go straight down to planes from here. Let's show you on the map exactly how this looks. They will leave from Blair House, very short distance. We presume they'll be in a car. They'll go in this gate of the White House, up that long circular driveway, and in under the pillars of the north portico, where they will be met by Mr. and Mrs. Carter and taken inside and given tea or coffee. These meetings over the years have not always been what we might say cordial. Sometimes they've been icy and cool. This morning we presume it will be cordial. Here's more from John Palmer at the White House.
Yes, John, there's a lot of activity here at the White House at this particular time. We're standing by for a possible announcement from President Carter regarding the hostages, but earlier we were led to believe there would be no official statement from the president, that he would not come out to see us until the Iranians had at least freed the hostages to the point that the planes had taken off. And as you said, it's no doubt going to be a cordial meeting this morning between Mr. Carter and with President-elect Reagan. Normally those times are quite awkward. You have 30 minutes to talk and have a sip of tea or what have you, but there'll be a lot to talk about this morning dealing with the hostage situation. Mr. Carter doesn't have very much time. 25 minutes from now, he has to be on the front steps of the White House to greet the Reagans when they arrive for that 20 or 30-minute meeting. But right now, again, we are standing by. We've gotten no official word that Mr. Carter will have a statement. Obviously, on this day, if he does get that official word that the hostages have indeed been freed and the planes have taken off from Tehran, we could expect that announcement. But right now, as has been reported, the planes have not taken off, and we are standing by, and time is running out for Mr. Carter to make any kind of an announcement before the official festivities begin and he meets President-elect Reagan on the front steps. Now let's go back to the Capitol.
John, it comes out of the White House. They're going to come up to the Capitol for the oath-taking here, and we'll show you our map again just very quickly. Here's the White House. A mile and 2/10 away is the Capitol, right there at the other end of Pennsylvania Avenue. The route is out Pennsylvania, down 15th, up Pennsylvania, up Constitution, and into the plaza. And there at the Law Library door is where the President-elect disembarks, and waiting to report on his arrival is Bob Kerr.
On the east front of the Capitol, as you suggest, this is the place this year for comings and goings, for arrivals and departures. But traditionally, this is the place at the Capitol where inaugurations have been held, although today that tradition is being broken, so most of the action is over on your side, on the west front. There are several reasons why the inauguration is not being held here in accordance with tradition this year. Among them, one of them is the view. As you can see, it is far less spectacular over here than the view of the monuments you have over there. This is mainly a view of a parking lot and some bare trees. Another reason that the inaugural is not being held here is cost. There are fewer terraces over on this side of the Capitol, so construction would have been more expensive over here. So this is the place where the principals of today's ceremonies will arrive and depart, and later, after he's sworn in, President Ronald Reagan will come out here and watch a military review, which is supposed to be quite fantastic. Another NBC newsman who is watching the comings and goings from the Capitol today is Tom Pettit. Tom?
Bob, once he is inside the Capitol, very few people will get a glimpse of Mr. Reagan prior to the swearing in. After entering the building at ground level at 11:15, he will remain on the first level. Escorted by Senator Mark Hatfield, he will repair to a holding room just inside the Capitol. At the appointed hour, he will depart the holding room, pass the souvenir stand, and proceed on the final route to the west front. Through the crypt, a macabre-sounding name for an area where it was once intended that George Washington be buried. From the crypt, the Reagan party descends 2 flights of steps, now facing west, now in the final moments of being president-elect, soon to be president of the United States. Once he steps out onto the platform, he will be joined by many people, and many reporters will be there, among them Chris Wallace. Chris?
Tom, the presidential stand is almost empty now, but in about an hour it will be filled with almost the entire national government of this country. Back in this area, members of the Senate and the House, and in front of this balustrade in what's called the inner ring, Reagan and Bush family and friends, members of the new cabinet, congressional leaders, and members of the Supreme Court. The ceremony itself won't last long, only about 45 minutes. Bush and Reagan will be sworn in, and then the new president will deliver what's expected to be about a 15-minute inaugural address. Incidentally, the president's inaugural committee is counting on it being an historic occasion. Here in the inner ring in front of, underneath this red carpet, they have placed an oak parquet floor. After the ceremony, the rug will be pulled up, the parquet floor will be broken into bits and placed in lucite, and for $28 you'll be able to buy, if you're interested, a splinter from the presidential stand. It appears that we're about to enter a new era of free enterprise. Gentlemen?
There was really no need for that parquet floor to be put down there other than to tear it up and sell it.
Well, does a parquet floor break up into splinters more easily than other kinds of wooden floors?
But I'd seen it yesterday before they laid that rug on top, and it's not a very good-looking floor. It's fairly cheap-looking, but it's just put down there to raise a little money.
We ought to say that the town is full of souvenirs of this inauguration. I've rarely seen some of the ones that are so expensive. I mean, you can spend over $1,000 on an inaugural souvenir here.
What Chris mentioned, of course, was the Joint Inaugural Committee, hoping it would be historic, and I suppose in every sense it will be. And in a moment or two, the Joint Inaugural Committee representatives, Mark Hatfield and John Rhodes, will be arriving at the Blair House to start the procession, and we'll cover that when it comes up in just a moment.
You know, Roger, that's a very pretty sight from here, and I came down bewildered by the fact that they were going to have it on the west front of the Capitol, because tradition has it on the other front, but I think this is better. The view that the president gets is much better. The seating seems to me to be better.
That's a magnificent space. Space is so rare in America when it's contained and bounded as that is. It also enables, as you say, the seating to be quadrupled and at an expense much less than what had been before on the East Front. They're using folding chairs, which turn out to be much less expensive than the old wooden benches.
And they've got, what, 25,000 people can sit in these chairs, and then they've got 110,000 places for people to stand, although you have to have a ticket to be able to stand. It's a huge crowd.
The West Front, of course, has its own history. It is the original part of the Capitol, or toward the center. The Marine Band is now in place with those good-looking red uniforms. The director is Lieutenant Colonel John Bourgeois. They are at the base of the stand where the president will be sworn in. The stand has been built, really, it's just wooden scaffolding that's been encloses a fountain and is a built-up superstructure that'll be torn down after this is all over.
But cheaper to do on this side than on the other side.
Oh, much cheaper.
Yeah.
The inner circle where Chris Wallace had been reporting from before is, of course, the place to be this morning. Seats about 200 on that red carpet, bright blue chairs. Every chair has a lap robe, and I don't think they're going to be needed here because the weather is so temperate.
I just called the Weather Bureau. It's 50 degrees here in Washington now.
It's a nice break for everybody. Now at the Blair House, Senator Hatfield and Congressman Rhodes are arriving at the Blair House, and Steve Delaney is there. Steve?
Well, Senator Hatfield just went in. Congressman Rhodes has been there for a while. They are the official escort, and they are coming out of there in a few minutes with Governor Reagan to formally begin the rather simple and dignified process of escorting him up to the Capitol for his inauguration. Hatfield is the chairman of the Joint Inaugural Committee. He is the one who is technically in charge of all the arrangements that you've just been talking about. Actually, it was Claiborne Pell of Rhode Island who did a great deal of the work, and then as soon as the election happened and it was obvious the Republicans were going to take control of the Senate, Hatfield took over when Pell abdicated on his behalf. This tradition of escorting the nominee and the winner of the election up to the Capitol for the inaugural ceremonies began with Ulysses S. Grant in 1869, and it's been going on more or less ever since. Governor Reagan is inside now. This pause is expected to last for about 5 or 10 minutes. They're running pretty well on schedule. The idea, they'll be out, and we'll follow them over to the White House for their tea with President Carter and family in just a few minutes. Now back to John Chancellor in the booth on Capitol Hill.
As Roger was saying, it's 1.2 miles from the White House to the Capitol down Pennsylvania Avenue, probably our most famous street for parades in the United States. The Army of the Potomac marched along here. Lincoln's body was carried along here. It is a very famous piece of historical real estate, and Thomas Jefferson walked to the White House from his inauguration here. Jimmy Carter walked. Ronald Reagan will ride today, as most presidents have done. And down there, somewhere in the crowd, if she can hear my voice, is Andrea Mitchell. Andrea?
Can indeed, John. I am here at the bleachers along Pennsylvania Avenue, and these seats cost about $15 each. No real reason for people to come early for these reserved seats, but there are people, as you can probably see behind me, who are already coming along the avenue. It's a very good place from which to watch the parade. Now, some people have come from close by. There were some Georgetown University students, appropriately enough, studying their history textbooks while waiting, trying to get an early seat along the sidewalk. Other people have come from a little bit further out. In fact, I talked earlier, and with us now are Joyce and Gary Palmer from Springfield, Missouri. And Mrs. Palmer, you came, what, because of the band?
We came to see the president at the parade and all the festivities. We're real excited about it.
And your local band from your local high school is also one of the bands. There are 31 units.
Willard, yes.
Mr. Palmer, did you have any trouble finding reservations? Washington is a very tight place. We've been talking about the limousine crowd and the people going to these fancy parties all weekend. What about your crowd?
No, we're staying about 40 miles over in Maryland, and no problems over there.
Have you had a chance to do any sightseeing while you're here?
We were out all day yesterday and basically this morning.
And what were the highlights?
I would say the Smithsonian. We enjoyed it.
You could spend a couple of weeks here just trying to...
You sure could.
Trying to see the Smithsonian. Mrs. Palmer, you probably came with some more clothes than what we've had to put on for today.
True.
What about this weather?
It's terrific. It's not nearly as cold as we thought it would be. It's nice. Lovely day.
And a wonderful day to see a parade. We've all been able to take off several layers along the way, and we won't have to bundle up as we had anticipated bundling up. There are, as we say, 31 bands and 29 horse units. 600 units had applied to be in this parade, but Ronald Reagan had said he wants the parade to be short and snappy, and that is what we're expecting it's going to be. So we'll be here and, of course, talking to a lot of the people who have come here for the excitement. Now back to the Capitol.
Thank you, Andrea. Lots of people down there, some of them standing, some of them paying $100 for a seat to watch the parade go by, and some of them in the general area of Pennsylvania Avenue wanting to demonstrate. We'd like to show you on our map how that is being handled. It is possible, there's Lafayette Park, which is just north of the White House. I will circle Lafayette Park here so you can see it, and the White House down below. And now we'll show you in this corner here, they have arranged for demonstrators to be allowed to demonstrate. The whole idea, I suppose, of the inauguration being that this is a free country, and with certain controls, not shouting fire in a crowded theater, people have a right to speak out. There was a man on television here this morning representing the Communist Party of Washington, D.C. That's one of the things the whole enterprise is about, demonstrating and speaking your mind, even though some people don't like what you say. Here's Robert Hager at that demonstration area.
Very quiet here right now, John. As you can see, we have a few signs. I count 4 demonstrators over there. Few spectators on their way to Pennsylvania Avenue passing by and noticing the signs. That's a group called the D.C. Coalition Against the Death Penalty. They said they were going to turn out 50 people. Well, as I say, they have 4. There are only 2 other groups who have formally applied for permits to demonstrate here. And just to give you the flavor of it, a group called the Afghan Freedom Organization. They're against the Soviet occupation of Afghanistan. And Marylanders United for Miscellaneous Causes. Looks like a far cry from the Nixon years, I remember, when we had thousands of demonstrators, not here, but lining the parade route, and when there had been the fear that the demonstrations might be ugly ones. There's one demonstration that might turn out to be of some note. It's called the People's Counter-Inauguration Committee demonstration, and predictably, because this is the area set aside for demonstrations, they're demonstrating in another place. They say they'll gather at the Lincoln Memorial and work their way to the ellipse behind the White House. They've told the police that they expect 5,000 to 7,000 people, but I suspect we might see that turn out to be more like 200 or 300 people. John, Roger?
I think Bob Hager is the only correspondent in network television working today who can cover a church service and a demonstration all on one assignment.
Well, and find out about a group called Marylanders United for Various Causes, which I think is a wonderful umbrella name.
Well, you know, the demonstrations have become almost institutionalized in the United States, and now it's a park police chaperoned corner of the world that you pointed out, where they can go and feel that they're going to be heard, and their message will be visible on the television, I suppose, and we're covering it as if it were a regular inaugural event.
Well, I think we all ought to be all for it. As I said earlier, that's what this whole enterprise is about, the right to speak up. We'll be back with more coverage of the inaugural after this.
To bring you up to date on the hostage situation, there has been a major break, and all sides are now agreed that the agreement is in place. The frozen assets of Iran were transferred in London early today. The White House says we now have every right to expect and do expect the expeditious release of our hostages. President-elect Ronald Reagan says, perhaps symbolically, I hear the plane is at the end of the runway. Everybody expects a liftoff of these 52 hostages momentarily, but as yet there is no precise word that they are indeed airborne. Any moment.
President Carter does now expect to go to Wiesbaden, West Germany, to the American hospital there to welcome the hostages. He will no longer be president when that happens. The president expects to leave here today to go to Andrews Air Force Base and fly back to Plains, where the people there have laid on a very elaborate reception for him. Had there been no such reception for him in Plains, the president might have got on an Air Force aircraft and gone directly to Wiesbaden to meet the hostages. But as it is, after a long and I believe sleepless night in the White House on the hostage situation, the president is now preparing to meet the president-elect, to go through this ceremony here at the Capitol, to proceed to Plains for square dancing in the street and a number of other things, and then possibly get aboard another plane and fly all the way to West Germany to greet the hostages, who ought to be there by then if this thing stays on schedule. Part of the schedule involves Blair House, where President-elect Reagan and Mrs. Reagan are now with some members of the Congressional Inaugural Committee. Steve Delaney is outside.
John, we keep watching the door. Every time it opens and somebody in uniform comes or goes, all the cameramen tense up. George Bush's family, his sons and their fiancés and wives and his daughter and an escort, just came out a few minutes ago. They'd been in for about 10 minutes. That was something we hadn't expected. The Bush family is around the corner in Jackson Place. They will form up and go over to the White House as well. And while the Carters and the Reagans are having tea together, the Mondales and the Bushes will do the same thing for that half-hour interlude before they go. The door is opening and closing. We're waiting for Senator Hatfield and Congressman Rhodes to furnish the official escort up to Capitol Hill via the White House. And I think now we're about to find some important folks coming out. Senator Hatfield arrives at this position by virtue of being chairman of the Senate Rules Committee, and that once every 4 years devolves into chairman of the Joint Inaugural Committee. It is an honor that he has acquired by virtue of the Republican victory last fall in the Senate. Republicans being in charge, he acquired the position of chairman of that committee. Congressman Rhodes was the Republican minority leader in the last Congress when the inaugural committee was established. He still is, although he's no longer the minority leader of the Republicans in the House. Blair House has an enormous green awning that hangs out over the street. It's probably the second most famous address on Pennsylvania Avenue. It's been the temporary abode of kings and presidents and prime ministers and potentates for quite a long time. Harry Truman lived here during much of his first years in office while the White House was being renovated. And it was here that there was an assassination attempt on him by some Puerto Rican nationals. Now we have a photographer clicking his way. Here comes Mrs. Reagan. Here comes the president-elect, Congressman Rhodes, and the senator behind them.
Governor,
waves.
late word on the hostage situation.
Nothing since I came in.
Hostages since he re-entered the house after the church service. There's a great deal of protocol involved in all this. Everybody who is assigned to the party has to ride in a specific car. And there is an absolute glut of official limousines and security station wagons on Pennsylvania Avenue. What's going to happen here in a moment or two, John and Roger, is that this enormous caravan will try to execute a neat 180-degree turn, go back up Pennsylvania Avenue in the general direction of the Capitol, but turn into the northwest gate of the White House, where the Carters will presumably be on the front steps to greet them. The limo is beginning to move, and now let's see how neatly they can make this turn. Well, not bad so far. It is a drive of about 300 yards. The caravan is moving very slowly. Some of the security people and staff people are walking across the street. It's not a bad walk. It takes about 4 minutes to walk, and at this rate it should take them about that long to get over there by car. waves from the crowd. These stands will be filled up completely by the time the parade comes back down the street bearing President Reagan. Right now they're fairly empty as President-elect Reagan heads toward the White House, where John Palmer is standing out front waiting to watch the caravan come in.
It is Judy Woodruff, not John Palmer. We're both here together, but I am standing near the northwest gate where Mr. Reagan's motorcade is beginning to enter the grounds of the White House, the new home for Ronald and Nancy Reagan. This is a moment of high drama and a moment of great suspense here at the White House. There are many reporters still gathered in the briefing room at the White House as Mr. Reagan arrives, waiting for the last word on whether or not the hostages have actually taken off in a plane and left Tehran. We are at this moment waiting for that word. He is approaching the north portico where President and Mrs. Carter are standing. You can see them now. The Reagans are being helped out. President and Mrs. Carter come down the steps. They shake hands, smile, exchange a few words of greeting. We are told that they will spend about 25 minutes in the Blue Room here on the state floor of the White House. They will have juice and coffee or tea if they prefer. It's called a tea ceremony, but what they will actually be drinking, we're told, is probably coffee, and they'll be served pastries if anybody's hungry, which probably isn't likely at this moment. It won't be as private a ceremony, actually, as you might think, because there'll be about 20 or 25 people in the room, in addition to the Carters and the Reagans, Vice President Mrs. Mondale, Vice President-elect and Mrs. Bush. The officers of the inaugural committee will be there with them. The members of the Congressional Escort Committee. They will all be sitting together in the Blue Room. We are told that this is normally a rather formal gathering. Obviously, there will be some talk about the latest developments in the hostage situation, but we are told that they probably will be discussing the weather. Judy, and not a whole lot of small talk. John,
Judy,
I think I hear you.
I don't think we've reported what the president did last night and in the early hours of this morning. Would you give us a little fill-in on that? Did he go to bed at all?
We're told, John, I was here at the White House until a little after midnight, and I know that he was in the Oval Office then, and I've been told this morning that he never went to bed. He may have tried to do some catnapping over here in the West Wing, but apparently if he got any sleep at all, it wasn't very much.
Well, that's a couple of nights then without sleep, pretty much, isn't it, Judy?
That's right. The night before, he had 2 or 3 hours of sleep off and on, and it's been a very trying last few days. And in fact, Mrs. Carter, I was speaking with someone on her staff this morning, and she said it's been a sleepless last few days for the entire First Family. She said Mrs. Carter and I had only gotten a few hours of sleep. They did a little entertaining here in the residence last night. The Mondales were to spend the night for the first time in the Lincoln bedroom as the guests of the Carters. Vice President Mondale was as occupied with the hostage crisis developments as the president was, and he never went to bed. Mrs. Mondale did get to spend the night in the Lincoln bedroom, but the vice president didn't.
Yeah, Judy, the joke, of course, was that the Carters asked the Mondales to come over and try out the Lincoln bedroom to see how they might like it in 4 years. I don't know what the word is, but I'm sure that if they got there, they enjoyed every bit of that White House evening. You mentioned a minute ago that it's the crowd that's going to be in that Blue Room. It's just impossible for an American president to travel alone. I've never heard of one going anywhere by himself, and you saw that crowd that moved through the North Portico just a moment ago, press secretaries, Secret Service people. You also said that there was going to be a lot of small talk. I think that Carter and Reagan probably would exchange some information about that hostage situation. I think that it would be inevitable that the subject would come up.
Roger, I think it'll be one of those scenes where the president and the president-elect maybe stand over in a corner and talk in quiet tones about things.
You mentioned that once the swearing-in takes place up here, Jimmy Carter then slips off. He's now a private citizen, and you notice the printed program refers to him as Mr. Carter. Right. It all happens just on one page in 30 seconds. And he, of course, has Secret Service protection, but all the panoply of power has left him. But from here, he goes out to Andrews Air Force Base in suburban Maryland for the flight back to Plains. Our reporter at Andrews is Emery King.
And gentlemen, I was at the White House all night last night, so I can indeed tell you that President Carter was up all night in the company of Vice President Walter Mondale, his close friend Charles Kerbo, and his former Chief of Staff Hamilton Jordan, and it was a long night indeed. So he undoubtedly will be quite exhausted, if he isn't already, by the time he gets here at Andrews Air Force Base. Behind me you can see the red carpet has been laid out for his arrival, and I'll explain a little bit more about that later. But right now we have another story that is also developing here at Andrews, and it has to do with the Special State Department team that has been prepared at least since last Saturday to travel overseas in the event the Iranian hostages or the American hostages are released from Iran. That team of about 30 or so, I'm told, is here at Andrews Air Force Base. It is headed by Undersecretary of State Ben Reed. Also on that team is former Secretary of State Cyrus Vance. The team includes psychiatrists and/or psychologists, medical physicians, State Department staff, debriefers, and the like. And their purpose in going overseas is to help in the reorientation process of the hostages, with the feeling that it would be somewhat disconcerting for them to arrive after 444 days of captivity into glaring lights and reporters and questions and that sort of thing. It will give them some time to readjust themselves. That team has been here for about an hour now, or an hour and a half. They're standing by inside the main terminal of the Air Force Base. The plane, one of the planes you see over my shoulder on the runway, is the plane that they will use. The only thing that they are waiting for is to get word from the White House that they should indeed take off. The president, as I said, will be here about 1:30, and after a 10-minute ceremony, he will go to Plains, Georgia. And now we go back to the Capitol.
And we believe there's more news now breaking on the hostages in Iran, and for that, let's go right to Robert Abernathy. Bob?
John, NBC News in London has been in touch by telephone with airport officials at the Iranian airport in Tehran who say hostages are boarding the planes. We have no official confirmation of this yet. We're standing by for that. But more and more, each few minutes, come new unofficial reports of intense activity at the Tehran airport. The Reuters news agency also says an Iranian police official has told that news service that at least some hostages are boarding the plane. And there have been several other indications of the same thing. From the Tehran airport, where it's night, where there is tight security, increasingly tight security, and where more and more unofficial reports say that some of the hostages are arriving there. We'll have more. Back to you.
It's obvious that the release of the hostages will be woven into the fabric of this inaugural tapestry here in Washington. There will be no way we can avoid reporting two simultaneous stories at once, so we'll be switching back and forth. The Reagans are in the Carter White House. They're due out in the next 10 or 15 minutes, and we'll be back to cover that in just a moment. We're back at the west front of the Capitol, where very high protocol has taken charge here, and the announcement of the first distinguished set of guests has been made. It's the House of Representatives. Of course, this is their home. They will be followed in through the rotunda by the United States Senate. There's no particular order to the way they come in. It's a kind of a motley crew that comes out of the House without any rank other than seniority at the front of the line. Some of the members have worn the prescribed dress for this, which is the stroller coat, the charcoal gray coat, and the pearl gray waistcoat. But most of them, particularly the Democrats, have made fun of the prescribed dress. Morris Udall, for instance, said, look, I've got a blue serge suit that's still got a lot of life in it, and that's what I'm going to wear. A lot of them have worn top coats to cover up the fact that they are not in prescribed dress. But you can spot some of those striped neckties, and I suppose most of them are Republicans. They will be followed on the other side by the Senate. They'll all take their prescribed seats. This is the U.S. Marine Corps Band, and it's a colorful four-drop to the inaugural stand. Just up the wall there, if you can see the presidential seal, is where Mr. Reagan will come and take his oath. Beneath that plyboard false wall, of course, is a marble fountain that splashes during good weather. It's now filled with sand to prevent any breakage, and all that plywood will be torn down once this great ceremony is over.
The crowd here is going to be a very big one. We have about an hour, less than an hour now, before the actual ceremony of swearing in begins. And as you can see there, not only are the people filling up those folding chairs, but the people who are standing with tickets are beginning to fill in. Quite a lot. 115,000 people have been invited to stand. And John Dancy is down there with them somewhere. John?
Yes, John, I'm back in the standee area of the Capitol here. We're about 300 yards away from the platform where Ronald Reagan will actually take the oath of office. And from here, Mr. Reagan is going to appear, I'm afraid, to many of these people as a mere speck on the horizon. It's quite far away. It's in back of the seated area. And I'm here with some of the people who have come to the Capitol for this event today to stand here and watch Ronald Reagan take the oath of office. I have Ms. Audrey McBain from Alamance County in the beautiful Piedmont of North Carolina. You're telling me that you're the Republican chairman there?
Of Alamance County, right.
That must have been a lonely existence for a while.
Yes, it has been there, but it looks better.
How did Mr. Reagan do in your county?
Oh, he took the county.
You've heard that the hostages are on the end of the runway, ready to take off.
Fantastic. It's a very appropriate day. If they had to stay there all this long, then I think it's a very appropriate day for them to be returned.
How long have you been here now?
We came up Sunday.
What have you been doing in Washington in all that time?
Some sightseeing, attending some of the receptions. Last night we had a North Carolina reception, about 2,000 people there.
If you could give Mr. Reagan a piece of advice on this day, what's the one thing that you would tell him to do as president?
I suppose work on the economy. I think that was the reason he carried North Carolina, was the concern about the economy there.
Okay, fine. Thank you very much. Have a good time.
Thank you.
Okay, John, back to you.
Okay, John. Nice people down there. Marvin Kalb, our chief diplomatic correspondent, has been working on both the hostage story and the inaugural story, and he is now here in Washington with some foreign journalists who have some things to say. Marvin?
John, as you know, an inauguration is very much a global event as well, and I've invited two of my colleagues, Yuri Borsukov, a veteran Soviet journalist who represents Izvestia, the Soviet government newspaper, and Claude Moisy, who is the Washington bureau chief of Agence France Presse, to join us. I'd like to ask Mr. Borsukov first the reaction, East Europe, to the exit of Jimmy Carter as president.
Well, every 4 years, when there is a change of guard here in Washington, all these inaugural activities are watched very closely with a great deal of interest and attention in Moscow. And I think it's quite understandable. The U.S.-Soviet relations is a very important element in the world politics. And I think it's quite natural that Moscow would like to know what lies in store every time when there is a change of administration in Washington.
Well, we're not doing terribly well right now in Soviet-American relations. Do you think that Ronald Reagan's administration could somehow or another be a catalyst for improving the relationship?
Well, Marvin, I recall exactly 4 years ago when President Carter took office, there was a great deal of expectations and hopes in terms of Soviet-American relations. But unfortunately, at that time, all these hopes didn't materialize. It took more than 3 years until the Carter administration formulated its policy on disarmament, on SALT II talks. And then when this agreement was signed, it wasn't ratified by the Senate. So, but it doesn't mean, of course, that we are very gloomy now. Now, when President Reagan is taking office, we, the Soviet people and Moscow, of course, expect a great deal of improvement in Soviet-American relations. We hope that the future of the Soviet-American relations will be much brighter and constructive in nature.
Claude Moisy, what about West European your sense of what it is that the West Europeans are thinking right now.
Well, Marvin, let me first tell you that at this very minute, even for non-American, the transition from the transition from Carter to Reagan is overshadowed.
Lord, I'm going to have to interrupt a moment. We're going to throw this to Bob Abernathy, who has some hot news. Just a moment.
Marvin, the Associated Press has just reported that one of the two Algerian planes at Tehran's airports, one of the two planes standing by there to bring the hostages home, one of those planes has taken off. This is according to Iranian officials that the AP is quoting. We don't know whether any of the 52 American hostages were on board that plane. It's not an official report that the plane has taken off, but the AP says Iranian officials say the plane has taken off. Back to Marvin Kalb.
One of the interesting things, there was an earlier report that one of the planes was going to carry the Algerians and the second plane would carry the Americans. Obviously, we're not sure which of those planes has just left. Claude, you were saying what?
Yeah, well, this news break just emphasized what I was saying, that even for non-Americans, the coincidence between the hostage affair and the inauguration makes it certainly the most exciting and the most dramatic inauguration that anyone could ever imagine. To get back to your earlier point about what the future holds for the U.S.-European relations, I think that there is obviously still a great risk of misunderstanding between President Reagan and the Europeans, in the sense that his conception of American supremacy, American leadership, might seem a bit outdated to a lot of European leaders who have a new sense of their increasing importance in the world affairs. But on the other hand, you have to keep in mind that for most foreign countries, the role of a superpower is to balance the other. And for the allies of the United States, the role of the American president is to counterbalance efficiently or effectively the Soviet Union.
Claude, quickly, do you remember a time when Western Europe has been delighted with the policy of Washington?
Never, of course.
Never.
No.
Thank you both very, very much, Claude Boisy and Yuri Barsukov. Now back to John.
Well, Marvin, the great criticism, of course, from Europe of the Carter administration was that the foreign policy signals it sent out were so erratic. They expect a steadier signal from Reagan, although they might not like the signal. They think they can count more easily upon it. This, of course, the Reagan government will be the most conservative in the memory of most. We can say that because Barry Goldwater did not make it in 1964. He is standing by here on the West Front with Chris Wallace.
Roger, it's getting a good deal more crowded out here on the presidential stand, and as you said, we're here with Barry Goldwater, whose conservative campaign for president in 1964 really got Ronald Reagan into presidential politics. Senator, we hear a lot of talk that this is the beginning of a new era, a realignment of parties, a new conservatism in the country. How much should we or should we not make of this?
Oh, I think we have to wait about another 2 years, see how well we do. A strange thing, this country and all governments just go around in circles. We become liberal, then conservative. That's the whole history of the world. We always wind up with conservative government because liberalism always fails, and that's the history of the world.
How conservative is Ronald Reagan? We hear some criticism from the new right now that they're not happy with his cabinet appointments. That, you know, people say, how much of a Reaganite is Reagan?
I've got many people that think I'm far to the left. So we don't pay much attention to the so-called far right. There's nothing new about the new right. They're conservative. And Ronald Reagan, well, I don't know of any place that he and I would disagree.
How much do you expect him to do in office? How much to shake up the federal system?
I think he's going to shake up the federal system a lot. And I think that will probably be his biggest early accomplishment. And I don't expect wonders. I think the American people have to realize that we're in a hell of a mess, and it might take 2 years before we even begin to sense that we're changing. But I would say that if at the end of his first 4 years, the American people can realize that we are headed towards better money control, they can keep more of their own money, things aren't going sky high, then I think we'll be successful.
Let me ask you one last question. There's been some criticism of your sartorial appearance here at the inauguration that Reagan has insisted on club coats and that you all look like conservative Republican bankers. Herbert Hoover.
Well, I wore my cowboy boots and I got my cowboy hat. I only owned one pair of striped trousers in my life, and that was to get my youngest son married, and then I gave the outfit to the little theater. So I don't know what corpse this came off of, but it's on.
The American people shouldn't take it too
don't
seriously.
worry about it. No.
Senator, thanks very much. Now to John Chancellor.
Just think, there's somebody out in that little theater now wearing Barry Goldwater's pants. We'll be back after this. We're back at the Capitol now. The House has moved out of the Capitol onto the stands behind Roger and me. The Senate has moved out, or almost fully, and the next thing, in another minute or two, the governors of the various states and territories will start moving out from the old Senate chamber to the west front of the Capitol here behind us, and things will be getting underway. The formal part of the ceremony begins before long, although the President, with an hour and perhaps 1 minute remaining in his administration, the President-elect, their families, and associates are still in the White House having tea or coffee or juice. Roger?
You know, John, politicians are always on display, and this is an ideal arrangement for the politicians because if you look over my shoulder, you can see they're all on display, waving and waving. The first thing a politician does is Bush and Mondale as they wave.
Now that's coming out of the north portico, the north door of the White House that you see. I'm a little confused. I think we're still seeing the people here at the Capitol making their way to their seats.
Now this would be, I take it what we're seeing,
the White House
seeing is the White House, and this is the first break from the Tea Party in the Blue Room. This is outgoing Vice President Walter Mondale, incoming Vice President George Bush. And they will be in that motorcade that'll pull out of the north grounds in just a moment. That's the White House door, and through there now will come in a moment the Reagans and the Carters.
And Judy Woodruff is outside. Judy, you there?
We are told that President-elect and Mrs. Reagan were a little bit behind schedule, a few minutes behind schedule earlier this morning, but right now I think they are right on schedule. It's a formal ceremony that they will be attending, and they want to be there on time. It's very traditional, of course, that the President-elect and his wife come to the White House and spend about 20 or 25 minutes having coffee, tea with the President before they drive together in a limousine to the Capitol. And I believe they are, well, this is more, as Roger said, this is a few more members of the group coming out, and that may be the shadows of the President and the President-elect leaving the state floor of the White House and coming out. Of course, this is it for Jimmy Carter. When he leaves today, it will be his last moment here as president. Of course, we expect that he would return at some point in the future or several times in the future as a former president. But this is the closing hour of his presidency.
And Judy?
And, yes, John?
I can't help interrupting on a day when we were told 10 minutes ago that the first plane bearing the hostages out of Iran may have taken off from Tehran airport. We have no confirmation of that. But that word had to have been passed, I'm sure, to the people who were in there with the President and the President-elect.
I'm sure it was, John, and it's, I hate to use the word ironic, but this hostage, yes, they are coming out now. There is Mrs. Reagan, Mrs. Carter,
and
coming out together.
Rhodes,
they will ride in the second car following the President and the President-elect. Mrs. Reagan, of course, in red. Mrs. Carter in a white coat. And they seem to be pausing there before they get in the car.
Well, you know, with all those people in that motorcade, it takes a few minutes to get them arranged and seated, and the cars all arranged. There they are now.
It does, and yes, here they are, the president-elect and the president coming down the stairs a few feet away from each other. It looks like they're talking to reporters. I'm not sure if we can hear what was just said, but my colleague John Palmer is over there, and perhaps he'll come running over in a minute and tell us if there's any news about the hostages. What I was going to say a minute ago is that it is ironic that the hostage issue, which helped to defeat Jimmy Carter, is haunting him right up until the last moments of his presidency. The Iranian officials have been able to deny him even the opportunity to announce to the American people, to announce as president that they have been released. That announcement will have to come from someone else. They're
Judy,
in the car, and
it looks like the motorcade is in place, and there they roll. That's the lead car with the Carters and the Reagans.
And they're dead on time, 11:05 Washington time, when that first car started to move.
Never happened before in Washington, John.
Well, I wonder if this will not run on time today, the presidential seal there on the limousine.
This is a notoriously late town for scheduled events. It really is, particularly when it snows.
we're seeing there's a good bit of activity on the White House lawn now as some of the reporters, photographers are racing to get into the press vehicles, the vans, wagons that will follow the limousines as they make their way toward the Capitol.
It's an enormous limousine, larger than most, more heavily armored than all, big enough to sit knee to knee and face to face. Every car, of course, has a Secret Service driver and an agent, and the zoo truck, which contains the press pool and the still photographers and the newsreels, are right behind, known affectionately as the zoo truck.
Just give the news, please. It takes about 10 minutes for the motorcade, proceeding slowly, to make its way from the White House. Here they are now out in Pennsylvania Avenue, from the White House to the Capitol. And that's the car that the new president will ride back to the White House in.
The scene you're not seeing here on the White House grounds is some members of the Reagan staff-to-be trickling onto the grounds and making their way into the West Wing. A few of them are already going to be finding their offices and getting in place because as of 12 o'clock, it's business for them. And some of them are already here. They are mingling with some members of the outgoing Carter staff. But of course, that's a scene we don't see. We will keep our eye on the motorcade.
It's always a poignant moment, Judy, when the people who have worked so hard for one president, and they really do work terribly hard in the White House, see the new, fresh, untested people coming in full of hope and ambition for the next 4 years, and the ones going out know really how difficult it is to move things in this government.
They do, John, and I've been talking to several of the people I've come to know on the Carter staff over the last few days about this transition period, and most of them complain that 2.5 months is really more than enough time to do what needs to be done to transfer one administration, the power, to the next administration. It's been sad from the day the president lost, November 4th, until today, January the 20th. Every day there's been a new reminder of the fact that they're on their way out. And I was speaking with someone this morning who said in sort of a perverse way, the fact that they are so preoccupied with the hostage crisis over the last few days has helped them take their minds off of having to leave.
Still, there's going to be an awful letdown for a lot of those people who have been putting in those 18-hour days, 5, 6, 7 days a week for the last 4 years. Something that we don't pay enough attention to, it seems to me. There in the back of your picture is the U.S. Treasury.
That's the building, John, that blocks the clear view that Congress has of the White House and the President has of the Capitol, and it is said that that building was put there because Andrew Jackson got tired of the argument about where they were going to build the Treasury. So he walked out one day with his cane and jabbed his cane in the ground and said, "By God, build it here." So there it is, blocking our view.
Andrea Mitchell is down in that crowd somewhere. Andrea, can you hear us?
I can hear you, and we can now see the presidential limousine, the limousine coming up Pennsylvania Avenue, people first beginning to see it and beginning to wave. People in this crowd, several hundred people along the parade route, not too many people in the bleachers in the reserved seat stands, but lots of people along what is now Western Plaza. Right now, passing us, we can see the limousine, see people waving from inside the limousine with, of course, the presidential flag and the United States flag, and the Secret Service agents alongside the convertibles following. Then the second limousine, and of course all of the escort cars. Passing us now with people here who've been waiting, and it did get a little bit chillier in the past hour or so. It has now dropped about 10 degrees or so, and the wind has picked up. The sun has gone behind a cloud, but people are well bundled and catching their first glimpse of the president and the president-elect as they head towards the Capitol, of course, for the swearing-in ceremonies.
Andrea, that limousine that the Reagans and the Carters are in looks so long that it probably is hinged in the middle to make those turns. Has it come by you yet?
It has come by us, and it looked as though it would have had to be hinged to make that turn along 15th Street to go towards this side of Pennsylvania Avenue. But it has passed us. It is now heading up towards the Capitol.
And what's that white delivery truck in the front?
That's a photo truck.
Is it?
That is a photo truck.
Groceries for the luncheon.
A photo truck, presumably without the groceries, with lots of cameras. And, of course, following cameras and agents behind the ambulance that, of course, would follow in any presidential motorcade.
You know, they take a part of the appropriation that is given by the federal government to the district government of over $1 million is for the removal of the street lights that run down the middle of Pennsylvania Avenue. They unscrew those and cap off the wires and take them out so that that flying wedge of police cars can sweep down the broad width of the avenue without having to dodge warning lights and pedestrian stop-and-go lights.
Roger, as a matter of fact, when we were here on Friday and Saturday, those streetlights were still up, and the people who were in charge of this part of the parade route were complaining that those lights hadn't come down yet, and as you can tell, they have already come down. They did do everything in time.
Well, there's the 900-foot-long limousine that's on its way to Capitol Hill. It looks like it's more than halfway there now. It is approaching what appears to be about 7th Street and Pennsylvania Avenue.
One other thing, Roger, is that, as you know, when John Kennedy came through on his parade going towards the White House and passed along this way, Western Plaza, he said that it didn't look as though it were the route of presidents. Pennsylvania Avenue has been, let's face it, sort of a slum, parts of it, run down, dilapidated. It's been fixed up. The Pennsylvania Avenue Development Corporation has just finished this plaza. They finished the finishing touches, the plaza and the fountain over this weekend.
You know, Andrea, is notorious over the years. It used to be a train station used to be down there. There was a red light district there, an old swamp, Tiber Creek, and a canal ran through it. It's all been renovated and made to be a grand avenue.
I'd like just to break in here, Andrea and Roger, and say that we have more on the hostages. The Pars news agency, the official news agency in Iran, plus an NBC news source in Tehran, both tell us that the planes with the hostages aboard will be airborne in what I would calculate to be about 15 to 20 minutes. At 11 o'clock this morning, Eastern Standard Time, Pars said that those planes would be in the air within a half an hour. Well, it's now 11:15. What this means is unprecedented drama. The last great act of the Carter administration may be taking place 8,000 miles away, 15 minutes before Mr. Carter leaves office. So to repeat, as our latest word is that the hostages are at the airport, that the planes are about to leave, but that they may not yet have left. And Mr. Carter has 45 minutes to go under the Constitution of the United States.
I know you told me just to give the news, but my suspicion is that the Iranian government is calculating the hostage departure to time exactly with the inaugural ceremony.
It very well may be, Roger. In this situation, I suspend any disbelief. It's 7:45 in the evening over there now in Tehran. We do know that it's a country at war. They have a blackout, but they've turned the runway lights on at Mehrabad Airport. And so, ladies and gentlemen, I would expect that we would get the news within the next half hour that the 52 American hostages are airborne on their way to freedom as the President and the President-elect are preparing for a transfer of constitutional power here in Washington. This one will go into the history books.
Just unbelievable, just unbelievable. This picture here is of the motorcade coming up Capitol Hill. It used to be called Jenkins Hill around here before they built the Capitol. It dominates the eastern edge of the city. It's elevation above sea level, I think, of 400 feet, something like that. But it's a prominent position, and this is the lead car, the Reagan-Carter car. And this is the crowd you see watching the approach. It will come up to the top of the hill, turn right, turn to the south, into Capitol Plaza on the east front. 4 years ago, of course, the east front was filled with spectators anticipating the Carter swearing in. There's the turn into the Capitol.
And now, you'll recall that's where the old inaugurals used to be held, along that front. And today it's going back to being a parking lot.
That's right.
It usually is.
The entrance is so-called the law library entrance. Is where they will come out of their cars. It's called that because the Supreme Court used to meet in the Capitol building, and that's where the justices came in, through the law library door. And our reporter there waiting for the arrival is Bob Kerr, isn't it? Bob?
That's right, Roger. We've already seen some of Mr. Reagan's cabinet appointees come on in. The Supreme Court Justice Chief Berger has come in, and some other Supreme Court members. Frank Sinatra has pulled up here just a little while ago, and Ephraim Zimbalist Jr. and his wife, Robert Stack, the actor, and his wife. The Reagan and Bush families came in at a doorway not far from here a little while ago. Billy Graham came in this entrance a little while ago, as did Henry Kissinger, but the most important motorcade of the day, the principals of the day, is just about to arrive here right now.
Those are not joggers, Bob.
That's right.
They're Secret Service men.
That's right, Roger. This is the first car of this motorcade, and it contains President Carter, President-elect Reagan, Senators Mark Hatfield and Claiborne Pell. Just about everybody who comes in here will have an escort from the Joint Congressional Committee. There's the President now, and President-elect Reagan getting out of opposite sides of the same car. To a bit of applause here.
Mark Hatfield.
Tip O'Neill, Speaker of the House in that group. And they are going on into the law library door right now.
Bob, they're inside now. I'm not sure you can see through the dark door, but they have come inside to what's normally a little tourist stand there. It's where the Capitol Historical Society sells its souvenirs, a gift shop, as it were. And they are going into what is known as EF 100, a room, EF standing for East Front, into EF 100 where they will wait, that is, Mr. Reagan will wait.
That's right, because the President goes to another holding room.
Yeah, that's right.
And there are holding rooms all over this side of the Capitol where people wait until they are separated. The President and the President-elect, having had their ride up Pennsylvania Avenue in the same car, will not meet again until one of them watches the other take the oath.
Holding room is a polite phrase for hideaway. They're called holding rooms in the official program, but really they're hideaways, and they are little rooms tucked off in the various corridors of the Capitol where senior senators can go and make private phone calls and take naps if they wanted.
I thought it was interesting in the pictures that we just saw that Ronald Reagan rode in the jump seat of that limousine up to the Capitol. When he rides down to the White House again, he'll be able to sit in the back. We'll be back with more coverage of the inaugural after this.
Live from Washington, D.C., NBC News covers the inauguration of Ronald Reagan. Today's coverage is brought to you in part by the General Foods family of fine products, pleasing you and your family for over 50 years. American Gas, your gas company, providing efficient gas energy for today and tomorrow. And Polaroid, makers of the revolutionary new Time Zero Supercolor, the world's fastest developing color film. Now reporting from the United States Capitol, here are NBC News correspondents Roger Mudd and John Chancellor.
Good morning once again from the West Front. Everybody is in place on this inaugural platform. The honored guests, the families of the Reagans and the Bushes are all here. Ronald Reagan's California friends, the so-called millionaire kitchen cabinet are all there. The Senate is here, the House, the diplomatic corps, the governors, many of them wearing the prescribed dress of the stroller coat, the club coat, the gray, pearl gray waistcoat and the striped necktie. And in about 10 minutes, President-elect Reagan and President Carter will be seen coming out on the West Front. John?
There's Frank Sinatra, one of the President-elect's friends who has been arranging the entertainment for the inaugural, and there you see more of the collection of diplomats, VIPs, governors, congressmen, and senators all assembled here. That's the high rent district. You can see at the bottom of your screen the Chief Justice and members of the Supreme Court taking their place. The Chief Justice will, as tradition calls, administer the oath to Ronald Reagan, and Associate Justice Potter Stewart will administer the oath to the Vice President George Bush. And there you can see members of the court coming in now with their escorts. They have a special section reserved for them.
That's Justice Lewis Powell and
also, one VIP who is not up there on the stand today, as far as I can tell, is the Reverend Jerry Falwell, who became quite famous during the campaign because of his Moral Majority organization. Some thought at one point he might be giving the invocation here today. He's not. He's in the crowd with Carol Simpson. Carol?
Thank you. The Reverend Falwell is one of the 25,000 people that have one of the nice coveted seats right here in front of the inaugural stand. Reverend Falwell, what does this day mean to you?
I think this is a day with a real supernatural meaning. The hostages, potential release, a new president, a new administration. There's just a sense of real optimism in the country that I haven't sensed in many years. I'm grateful to God for what is happening here today.
This is your first inaugural, is that correct?
Yes, it is.
And could you tell us what your feeling is as you're part of all of this hoopla?
I don't think the president-elect could be more excited than I am, my wife, and 3 children who are here. We believe that America is still the greatest nation on earth. And we owe a lot of credit to President Carter, particularly in the hostage negotiations. And I take my hat off to him, and I thank God for him. I think President Reagan's saber rattling had little to do with the very timely release. And we just, with all Americans, rejoice and thank God and pray that perhaps God may give to this country a new beginning.
All right. Thank you very much. The Reverend Jerry Falwell, President of the Moral Majority. Now back to the anchor booth.
Of course, the invocation and the convocation will be pronounced not by Jerry Falwell today, but by the Reverend Don Mumaw, who is listed in our program information guide as an All-American linebacker from UCLA, who is the Presbyterian minister, I think, in Bel Air out in California, where the Reagan family goes to church. While he's here in Washington, he will attend the National Presbyterian Church, which is about a 9-iron shot from the NBC offices out in Northwest Washington. We'll be back covering the appearance of the Reagans and the Carters here in the West Front in just a moment. They're not out there yet.
Well, we're looking at our the crowd behind us here, which is almost fully assembled. In a moment or two, the president will be leaving the holding room, and the president-elect will be leaving his to come up here and join these people. Now, I believe that's the Joint Chiefs of Staff. I'm not absolutely certain. I can't see General Jones, the chairman of the Joint Chiefs. It's a mixed day for him, however, because Carter has indicated he might not want to keep General Jones as chairman of the Joint Chiefs. And that just may be General Jones on the left of your picture. It's hard for me to see here.
That is, nobody has that much scrambled eggs on their caps than the Joint Chiefs, John.
And you can see various other, there's Bob Dole, who is now a very important man in the U.S. Senate. People will have to deal and treat with him as they have not dealt and treated with him before. And he's a very powerful figure in the new Congress. Senator Weicker and Senator Moynihan, I believe. And Senator Moynihan is not wearing one of those Irish wool hats. He's very formally decked out. His trademark is one of those Irish tweed caps or hats.
That's a major concession on his part. That's also on his right is John Warner of Virginia, Lowell Weicker, John Tower with the little velvet collar, and he stands just behind Ted Stevens, who's the majority whip in the U.S. Senate.
And we're going to break away momentarily here for more on the hostages from Robert Abernathy.
John, every sign indicates that the 52 American hostages in Iran are expected to take off any minute, possibly are already now taking off. Another unofficial report, I repeat, unofficial, says the American hostages have taken off. The Associated Press quotes a policeman at Tehran airport to that effect, but this is not confirmed by the Department of State here yet or by any other source. The Iranian news agency, Pars, said a few minutes ago that the hostages would be taking off by 11:30 Eastern Time. That's almost now, so we are expecting official word and more unofficial confirmation any time that this is now happening. The chief Iranian negotiator in all this did go to the airport. Hostages are reported to have been seen there, apparently for some sort of farewell ceremony. Back to the Capitol.
And now we have just seen members of the families. Mrs. Bush came out a few minutes ago and was seated. That's the doorway through which the president-elect will appear. We have not yet seen Mrs. Carter come out that door or Mrs. Reagan, but there is some applause now, and we may see them, and there, Mrs. Carter and Mrs. Reagan on schedule. Followed by the wives of members of the Joint Congressional Committee on Inaugural Ceremonies. There's an enormous amount of protocol up here today.
Mrs. Reagan in that bright red and that hat is a little reminiscent, if I may say so, of Jackie Kennedy's pillbox from 20 years ago.
It is reminiscent of that.
There's Ron Reagan, the tall, applauding young man, the son of the incoming president, Mrs. Carter and Mrs. Mondale. And so from now on, there will be just one important arrival after another. There is Ron Reagan and his wife, Doria, in the dark red. Mrs. Bush in the really luminescent blue, hugging Antoinette Hatfield. Tell me about Mrs. Bush.
Mrs. Bush fell at getting onto one of those endless platforms these people have to get on and off, and I'm told she cut both of her legs fairly badly, but she looks fine now. There's Mrs. Reagan and her son, Ron. Edwin Meese III, the counselor to the president, he's now just momentarily obscured. He's a face to watch in this. I see Senator Paul Laxalt of Nevada back there. He's another very, very close Reagan friend who will be important to keep an eye on during this administration.
And I take it the bespectacled gentleman just behind Mrs. Reagan is her brother Richard Davis of Philadelphia, or half-brother, I guess. And in the little, soft cloche hat, purple hat, is Maureen Reagan.
On the left of the picture
right
there.
Behind Mrs. Bush.
Yeah, that's right. Well, while they're waiting, we'll be back with more coverage after... No, sorry.
Leaning over is Patty Reagan, talking to her mother.
They had a kind of tearful ceremony when the Reagans left Pacific Palisades for the last time with the house up for sale, and Patty was there. You'll all recall the pictures we saw there of that.
So we're about, I think, within a minute or two, it seems to me, of the arrival. I've got on my schedule 11:30 a.m. presidential party. There they are.
There they are, the outgoing administration. President Carter, Vice President Mondale, accompanied by Speaker Thomas P. O'Neill.
That's not Walter Matthau. That's a Secret Service agent right behind him, and that was Jimmy Carter's personal agent during the last 4 years. Don't those blue and red coats stand out?
They certainly do. It's all, if they're going to schedule, we have about a minute before we see the president-elect. See, the president is still in the Capitol itself.
He was up on the second floor. Mr. Reagan was on the first floor. And there is the incoming president with Mark Hatfield, John Rhodes. That's a little picture inside that room we talked about, EF 100. They finally got a pool camera in there, and they're watching themselves, and we're watching them watching themselves. Which is
always
sounds vaguely illegal, doesn't it, John?
Well, it happens at conventions every 4 years where you see the winner and his family watching the proceedings on television, although you know that it's a pool picture and they're really watching themselves, which I've always thought accounted for the self-satisfied looks on their faces. In any case, this is, I'm sure, true small talk, true banter.
Look in Reagan's hand, in Mr. Reagan's hand are the 5x8 cards that they have told us his speech will be on.
Yeah, they're called half sheets. What they do is they take sheets the size of regular typing paper and they cut them in half. And that's what he likes to speak from. And I'm told that, I think those are the half sheets in his hand there now, although they look like filing cards. The speech is not going to be a very long speech. He wrote it mainly himself. His speechwriter, Ken Kachigian, who worked for Nixon for a while, said he was simply the coordinator of the speech. So what you will hear this morning are mainly words written by Ronald Reagan on a long yellow pad. Now the president coming out of the Capitol to the Hail to the Chief being played.
Those three men are from the inaugural committee. They're Bill Cochran, Mello Fish, and Charles Mallon, leading now Mr. Carter and Mr. Mondale. So Jimmy Carter has approximately 27 minutes left. Is that right? 27 minutes? 25? High noon.
And so now it's time for Mr. Reagan to be escorted up to this platform. The sky is slightly overcast. There's no bright sun, but it's a very pleasant day, and this will go down as one of the warmest weather inaugurals in history. Probably well over 50 by now in Washington.
And it comes at the end of a very long stretch of cold weather that Washington has had. Froze the Potomac River. All the canals around here were tightly shut. Lots of ice skaters. Now everybody's turned, waiting obviously for the announcement. Ladies and gentlemen, they'll say.
And we ought to say that once this ceremony begins, the official or formal part of it, there'll be welcoming remarks by Senator Mark Hatfield, who is chairman of the inaugural committee on Capitol Hill. There will be the invocation. I believe the Reverend Don Mumaw, the Bel Air Presbyterian Church, will do that. Then Justice Potter Stewart will deliver the oath to the Vice President. And at noon, the oath of office will be administered to the new President. These are the elements of what we are about to see in the next 23 minutes. Well, George Bush has some momentum now, I would say, Roger.
That's a great memory. I've forgotten that. I remember that phrase the morning after the Iowa victory. It's Big Mo, he called it.
Big Mo. Well, You know, George Bush, a Yale man, captain of the football team there, Skull and Bones, a war hero, Phi Beta Kappa, director of Central Intelligence, American ambassador at the UN, American ambassador in Peking, the chairman of the Republican National Committee, a member of Congress. There is hardly anything that George Herbert Walker Bush has not done. He is now, the only thing I suppose is the U.S. Senate or President.
John, a bulletin, a flash, one of the rare flashes in the last 25 years from United Press International. It says simply, hostages freed. The time, 11:35 Eastern Standard Time, 11:35.
Well, they couldn't have spun it in more closely. We'll be hearing more, and we will be bringing you these bulletins as we get them. That was the first, the flash on the UPI.
There's a big wink from incoming. Tip of the finger to somebody he spotted in the crowd. Just to bring you up to date, reading from right to left in that last picture, Mrs. Reagan, Mrs. Bush, Mrs. Hatfield. They're over on the far side. Then here comes President-elect Reagan, followed by Hatfield and Rhodes. And they are passing now through the so-called crypt, the dark underroom beneath the rotunda.
You know, the crypt is interesting. Washington is divided into northwest and southeast and southwest and all that. And that's where those boundaries intersect, in the crypt in the Capitol.
That center stone there splits us in 4 quadrants.
That's right.
He is the first actor ever elected president, and I know he's a professional at that, but I still would imagine that he's also got some nerves, doesn't he?
He's also the first divorced man to be elected president. Breaking a lot of new ground here today, right, Roger.
And the oldest man ever to be sworn in. He'll be 70 in, I think, 2 weeks, not
February 6th.
Not the oldest president.
Eisenhower was the oldest president because Eisenhower was 70 years and 98 days old when he left office. And Reagan will not break that record until the month of May, but that's coming up pretty fast. He'll soon be the oldest, and he is the oldest to take this oath.
That shot is of the west front door, through which Mr. Reagan will appear in a minute. Just above them, of course, is some press, some cameras, military.
Roger, I know that a lot of people think JFK was the youngest ever inaugurated. It actually was Theodore Roosevelt, who was 42 years old, a year younger than Kennedy.
President-elect of the United States, Ronald Wilson Reagan. Ladies and gentlemen, Senator Mark Hatfield, chairman of the Joint Congressional Committee on Inaugural Ceremonies, will present the program.
Welcome to the historic first inauguration under the panoply of the West Front of our nation's capital. The 40th President of the United States takes his oath of office in a day when a tide of new hope is rising throughout our land. As an affirmation of this new hope, let us all join Michael Ryan of the United States Marines in singing a verse of America the Beautiful. Will you all join and reach out and grasp the hand of your neighbor? Let this be a symbol of our unity. Would you come forward?
Oh, beautiful for spacious skies, for amber waves of grain, for purple mountain majesties above the fruited plain. America, God shed His grace on thee, and crown thy good with brotherhood, from sea to shining Oh, beautiful for heroes proved in liberating strife, who more than self their country loved, and mercy more than life. America, God mend thine every flaw, and firm thy soul in self-control, thy liberty in law.
Please be seated. This new hope is not promoted in lyricism, but is tough and realistic hope, which is the instinct of the soul, the energizer of the mind. For our invocation today, I present President-elect and Mrs. Reagan's pastor, the Reverend Don Mumma of the Bel Air Presbyterian Church in Los Angeles. Will you please stand?
Wherever you might be, here and in the United States and around the world, please bow with me in this moment of solemn dedication and prayer. Gracious God our Father, we need you today, maybe as never before. We have not lived up to our personal or national potential. We have seen our world from our own selfish, parochial point of view. We have lived as though everything depended upon us. We confess our sin and seek your forgiveness. In this historic moment, we would pray for our President-elect, Ronald Reagan. May he see himself as one who has been called by you to lead this country. May he take very seriously his accountability to you and do all he can to walk in your truth, run with patience the race that is set before him, and stand mature and wholly devoted to doing your will. Grant him a steady peace, a brave and compassionate heart, a single desire to always be quick to give you all the praise and the honor and glory. Help and encourage Mrs. Reagan and the children in these days. Teach them, O God, to understand that with responsibility comes sacrifice, and with leadership comes loneliness. May they all find their companionship in you, O God. We also pray for Vice President-elect George Bush, the cabinet, and all others who are in positions of leadership in this new administration. May they measure well the shortness of time and the length of eternity. May they see all people and things and nations from your point of view. We thank you, O God, for this moment of commitment. Give to all of us as a nation enough hard times to keep us humble and humane, enough tasks beyond our own abilities to keep us ever dependent upon you, enough joys and accomplishments to keep us pressing on and gloriously happy as we serve you together. We thank you, O God, for the release of the hostages and for all of those who have made this moment possible. And so in this moment of new beginnings, our hearts beat with a cadence of pride in our country and hope in its future. Help us to stand proudly as American citizens and face every challenge with a confidence born of your spirit and humbly touched by your love and grace. So to this end we commit ourselves, and to this end we pray. In the name of the Lord of Lords and King of Kings, even Jesus Christ. Amen. Amen.
Please be seated. My fellow citizens, will you please join me at this time in wishing good health and happiness to President and Mrs. Carter and to Vice President and Mrs. Mondale. I now present the Associate Justice of the United States Supreme Court, the Honorable Potter Stewart, who will administer the oath of office to the Vice President-elect.
You'll put your left hand on the Bible, raise your right hand, and repeat after me. I, George Herbert Walker Bush.
I, George Herbert Walker Bush.
Do solemnly swear.
Do solemnly swear.
That I will support and defend the Constitution of the United States.
That I will support and defend the Constitution of the United States.
Against all enemies, foreign and domestic.
Against all enemies, foreign and domestic.
That I will bear true faith and allegiance to the same.
That I will bear true faith and allegiance to the same.
That I take this obligation freely.
That I take this obligation freely.
Without any mental reservation or purpose of evasion.
Without any mental reservation or purpose of evasion.
That I will well and faithfully discharge.
That I will well and faithfully discharge.
The duties of the office.
The duties of the office.
On which I am about to enter.
On which I am about to enter.
So help you God.
So help me God.
God bless you, George.
God bless you both. Thank you. Thank you very much.
The United States Marine Band will now play our national hymn, God of Our Fathers. My fellow citizens, I now present the Chief Justice of the United States, the Honorable Warren Burger, who will administer the oath of office to the President-elect.
Governor, are you prepared to take the constitutional oath?
I am.
If you place your left hand on the Bible and raise your right hand and repeat after me, I, Ronald Reagan, do solemnly swear.
I, Ronald Reagan, do solemnly swear
that I will faithfully execute the office of President of the United States.
That I will faithfully execute the office of President of the United States.
And will, to the best of my ability.
And will, to the best of my ability.
Preserve, protect, and defend.
preserve, protect, and defend
the Constitution of the United States.
The Constitution of the United States.
So help you God.
So help me God.
Now, I congratulate you, sir.
That is the 21-gun salute, which traditionally follows an inaugural.
Congratulations to you. Congratulations to you, I have to say, Mr. Herbert. My fellow countrymen, the President of the United States. Congratulations.
Thank you. Thank you. Senator Hatfield, Mr. Chief Justice, Mr. President, Vice President Bush, Vice President Mondale, Senator Baker, Speaker O'Neill, Reverend Mumaw, and my fellow citizens. To a few of us here today, this is a solemn and most momentous occasion, and yet in the history of our nation it is a commonplace occurrence. The orderly transfer of authority as called for in the Constitution, as it has for almost 2 centuries, and few of us stop to think how you, in the eyes of many in the world, this every 4-year ceremony we accept as normal is nothing less than a miracle. Mr. President, I want our fellow citizens to know on this tradition. By your gracious cooperation in the transition process, you have shown a watching world that we are a united people pledged to maintaining a political system which guarantees individual liberty to a greater degree than any other. And I thank you and your people for all your help in maintaining the continuity which is the bulwark of our republic. The business of our nation goes forward. These United States are confronted with an economic affliction of great proportions. We suffer from the longest and one of the worst sustained inflations in our national history. It distorts our economic decisions, penalizes thrift, and crushes the struggling young and the fixed-income elderly alike. It threatens to shatter the lives of millions of our people. Idle industries have cast workers into unemployment, human misery, and personal indignity. Those who do work are denied a fair return for their labor by a tax system which penalizes successful achievement and keeps us from maintaining full productivity. But great as our tax burden is, it has not kept pace with public spending. For decades, we have piled deficit upon deficit, mortgaging our future and our children's future for the temporary convenience of the present. To continue this long trend is to guarantee tremendous social, cultural, political, and economic upheavals. You and I as individuals can, by borrowing, live beyond our means, but for only a limited period of time. Why then should we think that collectively as a nation we're not bound by that same limitation? We must act today in order to preserve tomorrow. And let there be no misunderstanding. We're going to begin to act beginning today. The economic ills we suffer have come upon us over several decades. They will not go away in days, weeks, or months, but they will go away. They will go away because we, as Americans, have the capacity now, as we've had in the past, to do whatever needs to be done to preserve this last and greatest bastion of freedom. In this present crisis, government is not the solution to our problem. Government is the problem. From time to time, we've been tempted to believe that society has become too complex to be managed by self-rule, that government by an elite group is superior to government for, by, and of the people. Well, if no one among us is capable of governing himself, then who among us has the capacity to govern someone else? All of us together, in and out of government, must bear the burden. The solutions we seek must be equitable, with no one group singled out to pay a higher price. We hear much of special interest groups. Well, our concern must be for a special interest group that has been too long neglected. It knows no sectional boundaries or ethnic and racial divisions, and it crosses political party lines. It is made up of men and women who raise our food, patrol our streets, man our mines and factories, teach our children, keep our homes, and heal us when we're sick. Professionals, industrialists, shopkeepers, clerks, cabbies, and truck drivers. They are, in short, we the people. This breed called Americans. Well, this administration's objective will be a healthy, vigorous, growing economy that provides equal opportunities for all Americans with no barriers born of bigotry or discrimination. Putting America back to work means putting all Americans back to work. Ending inflation means freeing all Americans from the terror of runaway living costs. All must share in the productive work of this new beginning, and all must share in the bounty of a revived economy. With the idealism and fair play which are the core of our system and our strength, we can have a strong and prosperous America at peace with itself and the world. So as we begin, let us take inventory. We are a nation that has a government, not the other way around. And this makes us special among the nations of the earth. Our government has no power except that granted it by the people. It is time to check and reverse the growth of government, which shows signs of having grown beyond the consent of the governed. It is my intention to curb the size and influence of the federal establishment and to demand recognition of the distinction between the powers granted to the federal government and those reserved to the states or to the people. All of us need to be reminded that the federal government did not create the states. The states created the federal government. Now, so there will be no misunderstanding, it's not my intention to do away with government. It is rather to make it work with us, not over us, to stand by our side, not ride on our back. Government can and must provide opportunity, not smother it, foster productivity, not stifle it. If we look to the answer as to why for so many years we achieved so much, prospered as no other people on earth, it was because here in this land we unleashed the energy and individual genius of man to a greater extent than has ever been done before. Freedom and the dignity of the individual have been more available and assured here than in any other place on earth. The price for this freedom at times has been high, but we have never been unwilling to pay that price. It is no coincidence that our present troubles parallel and are proportionate to the intervention and intrusion in our lives that result from unnecessary and excessive growth of government. It is time for us to realize that we're too great a nation to limit ourselves to small dreams. We're not, as some would have us believe, doomed to an inevitable decline. I do not believe in a fate that will fall on us no matter what we do. I do believe in a fate that will fall on us if we do nothing. So with all the creative energy at our command, let us begin an era of national renewal. Let us renew our determination, our courage, and our strength. And let us renew our faith and our hope. We have every right to dream heroic dreams. Those who say that we're in a time when there are no heroes, they just don't know where to look. You can see heroes every day going in and out of factory gates. Others, a handful in number, produce enough food to feed all of us and then the world beyond. You meet heroes across a counter, and they're on both sides of that counter. There are entrepreneurs with faith in themselves and faith in an idea who create new jobs, new wealth, and opportunity. They're individuals and families who take taxes support the government and whose voluntary gifts support church, charity, culture, art, and education. Their patriotism is quiet but deep. Their values sustain our national life. Now, I have used the words they and their in speaking of these heroes. I could say you and your, because I'm addressing the heroes of whom I speak, you, the citizens of this blessed land. Your dreams, your hopes, your goals are going to be the dreams, the hopes, and the goals of this administration, so help me God. We shall reflect the compassion that is so much a part of your makeup. How can we love our country and not love our countrymen? And loving them, reach out a hand when they fall, heal them when they're sick, and provide opportunity to make them self-sufficient so they will be equal in fact and not just in theory. Can we solve the problems confronting us? Well, the answer is an unequivocal and emphatic yes. To paraphrase Winston Churchill, I did not take the oath I've just taken with the intention of presiding over the dissolution of the world's strongest economy. In the days ahead, I will propose removing the roadblocks that have slowed our economy and reduced productivity. Steps will be taken aimed at restoring the balance between the various levels of government. Progress may be slow, measured in inches and feet, not miles, but we will progress. It is time to reawaken this industrial giant, to get government back within its means, and to lighten our punitive tax burden. And these will be our first priorities, and on these principles there will be no compromise. On the eve of our struggle for independence, a man who might have been one of the greatest among the founding fathers, Dr. Joseph Warren, president of the Massachusetts Congress, said to his fellow Americans, Our country is in danger, but not to be despaired of. On you depend the fortunes of America. You are to decide the important question upon which rests the happiness and the liberty of millions yet unborn. Act worthy of yourselves. Well, I believe we, the Americans of today, are ready to act worthy of ourselves, ready to do what must be done to ensure happiness and liberty for ourselves, our children, and our children's children. And as we renew ourselves here in our own land, we will be seen as having greater strength throughout the world. We will again be the exemplar of freedom and a beacon of hope for those who do not now have freedom. To those neighbors and allies who share our freedom, we will strengthen our historic ties and assure them of our support and firm commitment. We will match loyalty with loyalty. We will strive for mutually beneficial relations. We will not use our friendship to impose on their sovereignty, for our own sovereignty is not for sale. As for the enemies of freedom, those who are potential adversaries, they will be reminded that peace is the highest aspiration of the American people. We will negotiate for it, sacrifice for it. We will not surrender for it now or ever. Our forbearance should never be misunderstood. Our reluctance for conflict should not be misjudged as a failure of will. When action is required to preserve our national security, we will act. We will maintain sufficient strength to prevail if need be, knowing that if we do so, we have the best chance of never having to use that strength. Above all, we must realize that no arsenal or no weapon in the arsenals of the world is so formidable as the will and moral courage of free men and women. It is a weapon our adversaries in today's world do not have. It is a weapon that we as Americans do have. Let that be understood by those who practice terrorism and prey upon their neighbors. I'm told that tens of thousands of prayer meetings are being held on this day. And for that, I'm deeply grateful. We are a nation under God, and I believe God intended for us to be free. It would be fitting and good, I think, if on each inaugural day in future years, it should be declared a day of prayer. This is the first time in our history that this ceremony has been held, as you've been told, on this west front of the Capitol. Standing here, one faces a magnificent vista opening up on this city's special beauty and history. At the end of this open mall are those shrines to the giants on whose shoulders we stand. Directly in front of me, the monument to a monumental man, George Washington, father of our country, a man of humility who came to greatness reluctantly. He led America out of revolutionary victory into infant nationhood. Off to one side, the stately memorial to Thomas Jefferson, the Declaration of Independence flames with his eloquence. And then beyond the reflecting pool, the dignified columns of the Lincoln Memorial. Whoever would understand in his heart the meaning of America will find it in the life of Abraham Lincoln. Beyond those monuments to heroism is the Potomac River, and on the far shore, the sloping hills of Arlington National Cemetery with its row upon row of simple white markers bearing crosses or stars of David. They add up to only a tiny fraction of the price that has been paid for our freedom. Each one of those markers is a monument to the kind of hero I spoke of earlier. Their lives ended in places called Belleau Wood, the Argonne, Omaha Beach, Salerno, and halfway around the world on Guadalcanal, Tarawa, Pork Chop Hill, the Chosin Reservoir, and in 100 rice paddies and jungles of a place called Vietnam. Under one such marker lies a young man, Martin Treptow, who left his job in a small-town barber shop in 1917 to go to France with the famed Rainbow Division. There on the Western Front, he was killed trying to carry a message between battalions under heavy artillery fire. We're told that on his body was found a diary. On the flyleaf, under the heading, My Pledge, he had written these words: America must win this war. Therefore I will work, I will save, I will sacrifice, I will endure. I will fight cheerfully and do my utmost as if the issue of the whole struggle depended on me alone. The crisis we're facing today does not require of us the kind of sacrifice that Martin Treptow and so many thousands of others were called upon to make. It does require, however, our best effort and our willingness to believe in ourselves and to believe in our capacity to perform great deeds, to believe that together, with God's help, we can and will resolve the problems which now confront us. And after all, why shouldn't we believe that? We are Americans. God bless you and thank you. Thank you very much.
Will you remain standing, please? The Joint Congressional Committee on the Inauguration and all the members of the United States Congress are honored that you have come here for this great occasion today. And as we close now with the benediction offered by Reverend Mumma, that will be followed by the singing of the Star-Spangled Banner by Mrs. Juanita Booker.
May the Lord bless you and keep you. May the Lord make his face to shine upon you and be gracious unto you. May the Lord lift up the light of his countenance upon you and give you peace, both now and forevermore. Amen.
What so proudly we hail at the twilight's last gleaming, whose broad stripes and bright stars through the perilous fight. Oh, the ramparts we watched, it was so gallantly streaming in rugged, friendly the tower flags was still there. Oh, fade of that star-spangled banner yet wave. Oh, the land and oh, the free, and the home of the brave.
Will you greet once more our President and Mrs. Reagan?
Thank you very much. Thank you.
And there, Senator Hatfield congratulating the President and the First Lady. Mr. Jimmy Carter has left the platform, as far as we can tell. He did just a moment ago, which is all part of the ceremony here. It's Ronald Reagan's day now.
Just before the President relinquished the oath of office, a reporter asked him, had the hostages left Tehran, and his last quoted word was, "Not yet." So we're still in the midst of what appear to be conflicting reports. Wire services say yes. The President of the United States, who presumably had up-to-the-minute information, says not yet. It was when Mr. Reagan was waving at the crowd, he'd been president less than a minute and a half, that Jimmy Carter turned with Walter Mondale and they went out those steps ahead of the new president.
Now, they're all going into various things. The President Reagan, will give a luncheon, or it will be given for him here at the Capitol. And he will be here having lunch. There'll be a little reception. He's got actually some presidential work to do. He's got some commissions to sign, a small 2 or 3 minute ceremony.
Really not much work.
No, not much work. You're right.
He's not going to get, in any kind of crash session right now. What he does, he goes down through the rotunda and then down to the Senate Appropriations hearing room for a reception. There'll be sherry and coffee and one thing and another, and they make a brief stop there, and then after that they go up to the Senate level to the room that reporters use to talk to senators. It's off the Senate floor, and it's where various presidents, including Woodrow Wilson, used to come to sign documents. And in that room, the president will sign the actual instrument transmitting the nominees, his cabinet people, so that this afternoon between, I think, 4 and 6, the Senate can go ahead and confirm those that are ready.
Not all are ready. They'll confirm several this afternoon, and several more will be confirmed later this week. With Mr. Donovan, the Secretary of Labor designate, still kind of a question mark. We're not certain about that.
Well, you'd have to say, John, that the use of the West Front was an artistic success, an acoustical success, a visionary success. Everybody had almost unencumbered view of the proceedings. Certainly, it was a grand sweep for the new president to look out. He was obviously moved by what he saw.
I think unless there's grave danger from falling masonry, and that's always true on this end of the Capitol, that all of our inaugurals will be here where it happened today from now on. It is a perfect place for it. He had a nice day. On the speech, which lasted about 20 minutes, in which President Reagan, sorry about that's the first of many, which President Reagan wrote on the airplane largely, going back and forth to California, it will not go down as one of the great inspiring and visionary speeches made. It will also go down as one of the shorter speeches made, about 20 minutes. My sense of it, Roger, was that aside from a couple of paragraphs, it was a statement of basic Reagan philosophy, much of which he had articulated during the national campaign. He had a line in there saying, in this present crisis, government is not the solution, it is the problem, which we all have heard him say on the stump a dozen, 2 dozen, 5 dozen times. The one I think that probably is the more important paragraph in the speech, and I'd like to know if you agree with me, is when Mr. Reagan said, it will be my intention to curb the size and influence of the federal establishment and to demand recognition of the distinction between the powers granted to the federal government and those reserved to the states or the people. All of us needs to be reminded that the federal government did not create the states created the federal government. I think
that is central to his message. This is Jimmy Carter taking his leave of the Capitol, being shown which way to go, which car to get into, and he is on his way now to Andrews Air Force Base. Tom Pettit, who covers the Congress for NBC, is standing by with the Speaker of the House, Thomas O'Neill.
O'Neill is talking to us here about the account he received of the hostages.
Phone rang in the car when we were coming down, and the time was about 11:30, and President Carter took the phone call, and he had a conversation, and when he hung up, he said, I am reliably informed that within 15 minutes the planes will be taking off from Tehran, and that is the last of any information that we have received.
No confirmation since then, sir?
Not to my knowledge, and I've been in the company of President for the last hour.
What was the reaction in the car?
Oh, of course, it was delight. There was delight that it was finally over.
What did he say to the new president on the subject when they arrived out front?
Well, no, I'm not at liberty to say anything other than general conversation was that telephone call, and we talked of a myriad of things along the line.
As the leader of the Democratic majority in the House, what are your feelings about the hostage resolution seeming now to come to climax just at the end of the Democratic president's term?
Well, as an American, of course, I'm happy that it's all over, and I trust that it's all over. I still haven't got the final knowledge in my mind as to whether they have left. Maybe you people can inform me of that, because I truly don't know. But it would be great for the country to have that behind us, and we would face it with happiness, of course. But
would it free the new administration of that burden?
It would. It would. The president was very interesting. I think he gave a very simplistic speech today. I think he spoke to the heart of what America is talking about and what they elected him on. Too much government along the line. It's not as simple, of course, as to change things as some people would believe to be, but I think the president realized that. We've had our caucuses, the Democratic Party, we're Americans first, and we want to see this president move the government, and we'll do everything, cooperate every way we possibly can.
Thank you very much, Speaker O'Neill. Now back to the booth.
The matter of whether the hostages are out or not still is somewhat uncertain. However, we have an important bulletin from the Associated Press. The Pars news agency, which is the official Iranian news agency, reported this evening from Tehran that an Algerian 727 jetliner carrying the 52 American hostages took off from Tehran's Mehrabad airport. Now, that is from Pars, the official news agency in Iran, And it looks as though that is the first official word from the Iranians. The way PARS works and the way news agencies work, it may have taken some time for that bulletin to be put out by them, so it is certainly possible that the hostages in Iran lifted off before Ronald Reagan raised his hand and took the oath of office.
It also appears, just listening to Tom Pettit's interview with the Speaker, is that the entire government, old and new, was probably not very well informed. They were out there on the inaugural platform. I didn't see intelligence officers running messages back and forth to tell the president in his ear that this had happened, and they sat out there pretty much in ignorance of what was going on. The Speaker said that the phone rang and said, not yet. So we'll just pass on our wire bulletins as best we get them. I just wanted to make one comment about the president's speech. I think it is true that it was not a majestic speech in comparison to other past inaugurals. It was not a great uplift speech. It was a very specific, nitty-gritty sort of statement of where he intends to go, and those kinds of speeches are sometimes more meaningful than the great uplifters, because we're uplifted and then within 6 months we fall down on our faces again. I think the one thing that the speech did, if it did anything, was made us feel good. It made us feel good to be Americans, made us feel good about what we had done in the past, and gave us some sense that we could do it again.
Well, that's where we stand now, and we've got a lot more. We've got the parade. We've got a number of other things coming up. We'll see the new president and his wife at lunch, and we'll be talking with a friend of his from Hollywood who has just arrived here in our anchor booth, Jimmy Stewart, who first came to Washington in 1933 as a man named Jefferson Smith, and Mr. Smith Goes to Washington. We'll have that after this. With us now here in our anchor booth at the Capitol, the formal part of the inauguration having ended, is Jimmy Stewart, a friend. I don't have to identify Jimmy Stewart, except that I do remember so vividly that in wonderful, wonderful movie, Mr. Smith Goes to Washington.
And going back quite a way.
Well, Jefferson Smith, and you made the filibuster.
Yeah.
And we have asked him to come up here and talk to us, not politics, but about the new president, whom you've known for many years, what kind of person he is, and Roger and I would just like to put some questions to you on that. From time to time, we may be showing some pictures of what's going on inside the Capitol, and you can look at those with us as well. And so let me begin. What kind of a fellow is he? Is he a really good friend of yours?
Yes, we got started about the same time, but in those days, you were in different studios. He was at Warner Brothers and I was at MGM, and everybody was so busy all the time, you really didn't get together. You didn't, this was your family, and he knew the people over in Warner Brothers. So we'd get together at a party or at the Trocadero once in a while on Saturday night, but I knew him, knew his work, and over the years have gotten to know him better.
What do the Reagans do for social life? I mean, would they have somebody like you and your wife over for a small dinner, or how formal or informal are they in California there?
Informal, I would say. I guess I would say the way you can tell about it is the informality of their ranch, which they love. And I think they keep this type of thing on all the entertaining they do and sort of the social life that they like.
Were people talking about the hostages down there?
Someone said that they were airborne.
Well, we've got a way of finding a little more out about that now, and you can hear as well. Tom Pettit is with Richard Allen, who is the Foreign Affairs Assistant to President Reagan. Tom, are you there? Can you hear us?
Yes, John.
Are you finding anything out more about you and Bill Brock is there with you?
Well, Mr. Allen and Mr. Brock have been here for a while since the inauguration, and Mr. Allen is National Security Advisor, has access to the latest, and in short, what is it?
Well, I'm told that just moments ago a plane did depart from Mehrabad Airport, and that the second airplane is about to move.
the first plane carried hostages or luggage?
I cannot say. I'm just told this, and these are fragmentary reports.
But this is official information you're
I
getting.
believe that's as official as I can provide at the moment, yes.
And you're staying on top of it?
Well, we're staying moment to moment on top of it.
You're in
yes.
charge of it now.
There's just been an inauguration, but now we'll be on top of those.
So the official U.S. information is one plane is left,
That's
the other
my
about to
understanding.
leave.
That is my understanding, yes.
Thank you very much, Mr. Allen. Ambassador Brock, this news comes as a surprise, I gather, to everyone who was on the platform not knowing precisely what was going on.
It's the first time the Iranians have done anything on time in a long time. We're very grateful, and I'm very, very delighted.
As part of the incoming administration, I assume you're somewhat delighted that this albatross apparently will not be around the neck of your administration to solve.
Well, I think we are all delighted. Those men and women have been over there for too long now, and this country has suffered too much.
Mr. Allen, let me ask you one other thing that occurred to me. Are there now loose ends that the Reagan administration has to pick up on the hostage release?
Tom, I think that all this will become known in the next days. As Secretary Haig will take charge in his department, working with the other components of the national security machinery. I think all of these details will be made known. The most important thing is that it appears that the hostages have been released, and that's an answer to everyone's prayers.
Do you expect the President and Secretary Haig to go to Germany to meet them?
I wouldn't be able to comment on that at this time.
Is it a possibility?
I wouldn't rule it in or rule it out, as the saying goes.
You're learning, right,
Yes, sir.
how to handle these things.
Yes, I've been learning how to handle these things.
And this has been particularly difficult, hasn't it, the hostage thing with information and misinformation, and it must be of some value now to have the official information fully at your disposal.
Well, it would have been to the disposal of whoever was in charge, and the President of the United States is in charge, and I'm going to leave now to be with him at this moment.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Bill. John?
Well, still here with Jimmy Stewart, it looks as though President Reagan has been spared the requirement of dealing on the hostages. Let me go back to his earlier life. He became a very political man in the 1960s. Did he used to talk about politics in your experience with him before that?
No.
You saw a change in him then, didn't you?
No, I think this started in his interest in the Screen Actors Guild. He became very active in that, and it was at a time when the action that he got interested in and the work that he got interested in was very important and needed to be done. And I think everybody would agree that he was sort of the force that did the good things for the Actors Guild in those early days when it was so important for it to. So that I think that's sort of where he got his, as you say, his political start.
Mr. Stewart, what do you make of jokes about this being the first actor ever elected president?
Well, I've been asked that a lot of times. I don't really think the jokes are good for much of a laugh. Not that I say that the acting is sort of a preparatory school for being president or anything like that, but it seems to me that Ronnie Reagan, boy, I'll have to stop that one.
Well,
President Reagan is a very good example of somebody using his profession in a way that helped him be where he is. I've always felt that acting, I think you're born with a certain talent in acting. Then you learn your craft. Now that you learn how to get into a part, you know. But just in my case, people say, "Don't you get tired just playing Jimmy Stewart?" You're so natural. You're just like you are on the screen. How do you? Well, this is all right, but movie acting is the most unnatural thing there is to do. So you have to learn your craft, and then if you learn your craft, and if believability starts creeping in, and people believe what they see you doing up there on the screen, then you're in pretty good shape. I think Ron's done this.
Let me just ask you, we'll be back with a little more after this. I want to think about that because what you're talking about is the president as communicator. We'll be back. Here's where we stand now. The former president is on his way to the airport to leave Washington. The new president is inside the Capitol behind us. We'll probably be switching in there in just a minute or two to see him signing some papers, and Jimmy Stewart is here still with us, I am happy to say, an old friend of Ronald Reagan's from his Hollywood and California days. Tell me about the relationship between Mr. and Mrs. Reagan.
Well, it's a wonderful relationship, and it's something that you're conscious of them when you're around them. It's a give and take, wonderful thing that they depend on each other, which I think is good. They sort of they're competitors almost, which in their case I think it's good.
Competitors in what way?
Well, I don't know. Nancy came out from the East and everything. I don't know whether she'd ever been on a horse or not. Maybe she'll kick me for saying that. But I don't think she was. And Ron's run blood horses and Western type horses. Well, before you knew it, Nancy was doing just fine and keeping up with Ron. It was sort of a competitive feeling there.
Mr. Stewart, are there real differences between Californians and Easterners? Because the press in Washington and in the East writes constantly about the California look, the California mentality, the different way Californians approach things. Is that inaccurate, or are you really different?
I really never thought of it that way. I was born in Pennsylvania and raised up, was living there up until I graduated from college and got mixed up in show business. I don't think there's a difference.
Well, they make fun of us back here because we drink white wine and eat, cheese, and in California it's other kinds.
We just grow the grapes.
How important is the Reagan's Ranch to them? I've heard it said.
Tremendously important.
Well, is there something about being a public man and being in the public eye as much as he has been? They go off there and they're absolutely by themselves. Nobody at all except maybe a handyman, as I understand.
That's right. And it's a very small, it's a tiny little house itself. There will have to be some additions put on it, I imagine, if they're going to make it the summer White House, which I understand they're going to. Mm-hmm. So for their security and everything, I suppose that they'll have to make some improvement. But I don't think it'll be very much. I think they like it the way it is. They've almost made the house themselves.
Could you give us an idea of what a Reagan presidency will be? What sort of work habits he'll have? Will he entertain a lot at the White House? Will he go into people's private homes? What's his style? That's very important to Washingtonians, to know whether they're going to get invited to the White House or not.
Well, I think because there's a friendliness about them that I don't think will change much with this new office and with these new circumstances. I don't think it'll change much. So I think that as far as entertaining, as far as social life, I think there will be a lot of that.
You think Mr. and Mrs. Jimmy Stewart will be invited to the White House?
Gloria, I think she made a date. We're going tomorrow.
Okay, thank you very much, Mr. Stewart. It's been a real honor to talk to you. Thank you for coming up. We are told that the former president is now at Andrews Air Force Base here near Washington. There he is. You can see it there. He will have a small review of some troops who were there, some Air Force people, and then get on a plane and go home to Georgia. Emery King of our staff is there. Emery?
John, this will be a 10-minute ceremonial inspection of the troops by the former president. It occurs every Inauguration Day for the outgoing president, and it is officially hosted by the vice president, Walter Mondale, here at Andrews Air Force Base. Upon his arrival, the president was greeted by Colonel Richard O. Robinson, who was vice commander of the Andrews Air Force Base. He will approach a reviewing stand, and where he is now, along with Mrs. Carter and Mrs. Mondale, and there will be a 21-gun salute, also the Star-Spangled Banner, ruffles and flourishes. And then the president will step off the stand, walk around and review the troops, and come back. And here's ruffles and flourishes and the Star-Spangled Banner. We'll come back to Andrews Air Force Base in a moment, but right now we're going back to the Capitol.
Growth in the size of government.
He's now announcing his first act as president.
The economy by the public sector.
A freeze on federal
Beyond the
hiring.
symbolic value of this, which is my first official act, the freeze will eventually lead to a significant reduction in the size of the federal workforce. Only rare exemptions will be permitted in order to maintain vital services. So I'm happy to be taking this action in this historic room, a sign of what I hope will be full cooperation between Congress and the executive branch. This is a memorandum for the heads of executive departments and agencies, and then, of course, will be implemented by the Office of Management and Budget.
I don't remember anybody ever acting quite that quickly.
No, he's been president for 54 minutes. But you remember, Roger, we were told that they would have some action of this kind.
Now I shall sign the nominations for members of my cabinet. This is for Alexander Haig, Jr. of Connecticut, Secretary of State.
I also think he may put Anchorman out of business. He's announcing everything that he's doing.
But he is not giving quite all the news because Mr. Haig's nomination will not be voted on this afternoon.
That's right. The Donald
So
T.
if he
Regan
wants
of
to be
New
an
Jersey to be
anchorman, he's
Secretary
going to
of
have
Treasury. It's awfully hard.
fill out the holes a little.
Spent my life saying it the other way, but I found out that it's even because it's very difficult for him to call me Reagan. And this is for Caspar Willard Weinberger, Secretary of Defense. William French Smith of California, Attorney General.
French Smith, of course, is the president's personal lawyer, or was, back in California. A very, very close friend.
James Watt of Colorado, Secretary of the Interior.
That was a controversial nomination.
John Block of Illinois, Secretary of Agriculture. Graduate of West Point, yes.
You'll notice that a new pen is used each time that pen probably will go to the cabinet
Malcolm
member so
Baldrige of
designated.
Connecticut, Secretary of Commerce.
Malcolm Baldrige, of course, is a Bushman, or was.
Avocation rodeo riding.
That's
First
a
time
reference.
I tried to get a hold of him on the phone. His wife had to tell me he was in a calf opening contest. Raymond Donovan of New Jersey, Secretary of Labor.
And of course, there is a delay on that nomination, waiting for an FBI check from New Jersey.
Richard Schweiker, Pennsylvania, Secretary of Health and Human Services.
And chosen by Ronald Reagan as his running mate had he got the nomination against Jerry Ford, which he didn't get.
Always tempted to call him his running mate, but he never made it.
No,
did he?
never made it.
Samuel R. Pierce, Jr. of New York, Secretary of Housing and Urban Development.
And the only black in Mr. Reagan's otherwise all-white cabinet.
Already proved his quality in some of the meetings we've been having. He found the only wash basin in the washroom that you could get hot water out of.
What was that? I didn't pick that
I'm not
up.
sure. I heard it, but I don't know
Andrew
what
L.
it means.
Lewis, Pennsylvania, Secretary of Transportation.
Drew Lewis, who was a close campaign aide.
And Governor James B. Edwards of South Carolina, Secretary of Energy. T.H. Bell of Utah, Secretary of Education.
He was the last named, I guess, wasn't he?
That's right.
That's the one they had the toughest time finding a secretary for, because he's promised to dissemble the
Gene J.
department.
Kirkpatrick of Maryland to be Representative of the United States of America to the United Nations with the rank and status of Ambassador, Extraordinary, and Plenipotentiary, and the Representative of the United States of America in the Security Council of the United Nations.
Gene Kirkpatrick.
David A. Stockman of Michigan, Director of the Office of Management and Budget.
There's one of the key names, David Stockman. Watch him in the Reagan administration. Very important.
William J. Casey of New York, Director of Central Intelligence.
And there's been a hold on that, I think. Seems to me that Senator Biden, the Delaware Democrat, asked for a delay on a vote. All these nominations, those that are in order, will be voted on this afternoon by the Senate.
Darrell M. Trent of California to be Deputy Secretary of Transportation.
And there you see, in a now quite familiar red hat and dress with Tom Pettit, Mrs. Reagan.
So it's coming true as a dream. How long have you been anticipating this?
You mean since the election?
No, I mean since the first talk of Ronald Reagan running for president to win
Mrs.
68.
Reagan and her daughter Patty have just stopped to chat briefly on their
No, but Tom, I never really thought of it like that. I just, you've known me a long time. I go from day to day and one step at a time.
Do you remember a conversation we had in Detroit as to what kind of first lady you intended to be? And you said, don't ask me that now.
Yes, I
I'm
do.
asking now.
Myself.
Just you as you have always been. What advice did you give your husband today about dress, about speaking, about anything?
I'd never heard the speech before today. Never read it, never
you
heard
weren't one of
it.
the ones who was privileged to hear it in advance.
No, I wanted to hear it today for the first time.
Tell me again what you thought as you heard it, as you sat there.
I just thought it was a wonderful speech.
And what did you tell him at the end? Do you call him Mr. President now?
I think I'll call him the same thing as I always have.
Thank you very much, Mrs. Reagan.
Thank you, Mrs. Reagan.
Now back to the booth.
Bob?
That's his daughter, Patty, their daughter, Patty. And the president has just come out of the senatorial ceremonial room with the Joint Committee on the inauguration, and they are now on their way to the
There's
statuary
Andrews
hall.
Air Force Base. Sorry, Roger.
That's all right.
There's the former president somewhere in there. I see Zbigniew Brzezinski, the back of his head, the former national security assistant. And these are the people in the Carter administration who come to say farewell to Jimmy Carter and to Rosalind Carter.
If you ever wondered what happened to the Carter cabinet and why they weren't on the inaugural platform, they were all out at Andrews. The man who has been their leader for the last 4 years. I guess would that be Air Force One? I suppose it is, isn't it?
No, it isn't, Roger, because as you know, the President of the United States is not on it. So it's a plane that belongs to the President's flight.
They call it Air Force 9?
Might call it Air Force 2 or something, but but it won't be Air Force One. It is the best way to say it. It is one of those planes on which presidents fly. Yeah. Beautiful, wonderful, safe aircraft, best maintained planes in the world. Now, just to bring you up to date, Mr. Carter may be using this plane or a plane like it tomorrow to fly to West Germany to greet the American hostages. We are told more reports have come in that planes have taken off from Tehran. They believe that they are carrying the hostages. The official Iranian news agency says they are carrying the hostages. The hostages are on their way, as far as we can tell, to Algeria. It's a very long flight. Those 727s will probably have to refuel in Turkey or in Greece or in Italy on their way to Libya. That should take us to, about 7 hours from now, 6 hours from now perhaps. There is a plan for a layover for the hostages in Algiers, and then they will be taken on a 3 or 4 hour flight to Wiesbaden, West Germany, and finally to a hospital operated by Americans. The last great moment in Jimmy Carter's presidency, and the first flash that we got here on the wires came 25 minutes before Mr. Carter handed over the responsibility of the presidency to Ronald Reagan. So that's really getting in under the wire.
That's not all cabinet, of course, out there. A lot of friends and Democrats say goodbye. Emory King is standing by, and he can fill us in on what we're not actually seeing on the monitor. Emory?
Gentlemen, if you can hear me with the band music in the background, the president's staff and people who have worked with him in the last 4 years in the White House were the people he went to immediately after he inspected the troops in the Honor Guard, and he spent a while over there shaking hands and saying goodbye, although he didn't say anything at all to reporters, and we weren't able to get any questions into him about the developments over in Iran. And now he is standing by the plane, which we are told here is indeed Air Force One, by an extension of the presidency of some sort on the day of the inauguration. At all other times, it would be merely referred to as a U.S. government plane. So this will be his last flight aboard Air Force One in an official capacity.
Emory, President Reagan has just left his signing room, and he's on the way now to the statuary hall for the luncheon, accompanied by Senator Baker and Mrs. Baker. Tom Pettit's there.
The one putting a freeze on the hiring of federal employees.
Relating to the hostages, sir?
No, nothing of that.
Could you just tell us whether the hostage thing is now totally clear as far as you're concerned?
If they cross the border. I mean, let's wait till they're out of that Iranian airspace. Then we'll know.
Thank you very much, Mr. President.
The president is on his way.
That was Tom Pettit getting in some questions to the new president about the hostage crisis, and Pettit said, so it's over, and the president said, if they get out of the Iranian airspace, let them get out of that airspace before we declare an end to it. The president is with Paul Laxalt, his close associate in the Senate.
I think that plane taken off.
He's with George Bush, the vice president, and Howard Baker, and Marine escorts, military escorts. Again, that is not Walter Matthau, but a Secret Service agent who will be with Mr. Reagan for the next 4 years. They are lining up, obviously waiting for some space to clear the way into Statuary Hall.
You know, you'll be seeing pictures of Statuary Hall before long. They've got a lot of round tables in there with about 10 people at each table. It's a large luncheon, and people are still filing in.
This is the woman just beyond the policeman is Mrs. Howard Baker. That's the daughter of the late Everett Dirksen, married now to the Senate's majority leader, Howard Baker of Tennessee. Some say that the real majority leader of the United States Senate is the gray-haired man from Nevada, Paul Laxalt.
Well, he's certainly the member of Congress closest to Ronald Reagan. They're very close personal friends.
So I guess, oh, there's one last.
There's a poignant moment.
Yeah.
The former First Family.
And Amy is in tears.
Mr. Vice President, could we talk to you just a moment in terms of the knowledge you now have officially concerning the release of the hostages?
Well, as the new president said, why we were, of course, elated that apparently 2 planes were in the air. It's 400 or 500 miles from Tehran to the outside of Iranian airspace. And I think the president properly said that let's just wait until those planes have cleared that airspace, and of course then the country will go up in a joyful vote of thanks, and this is over.
What was the sequence of events in terms of informing the new administration? How did that happen?
Carter administration has been extraordinarily courteous all along. The president, new president, kept informed by the president often and by many others, Vice President Mondale, communication with me. The most recent information, I think, came as the president walked off the inaugural stand, having just taken his oath as president of the United States and then being told that the hostages indeed were airborne. So I don't know exactly who told him, but that's the way it worked.
Wasn't Sam Donaldson yelling at him?
Well, it might well have been one of you guys yelling at him, because that's where we get all our information up till now. I hope the intelligence will be better.
Mr. Bush, exactly what was the source of the information that was given to President Reagan? Where did that come from?
Well, I can't give you the source, because I learned long ago not to talk about sources and method, even when they're overt.
But you're no doubt pleased about it.
Oh, absolutely, of course. And, of course, the president's speech was very moving, and the whole thing was upbeat, and this is really good. Great.
Vice President Bush now having to turn to official business. Now back to the booth.
Well, that's a happy group now, isn't it? On their way to their luncheon to sit with their family and their political advisors and all the honored guests. That'll go on for about an hour, I think, and then once properly fed and rested and wined and toasted, they leave the Capitol for the review of the parade at the White House.
And the sun has come out, and it's a beautiful day, and the hostages apparently are on their way home at last. We'll be back with more after this. Well, and here we are back again, and the luncheon is about to start. It's about 10 after 1 Eastern Time. They're going into the National Statuary Hall, which has been especially decorated, filled with ferns for this presidential luncheon here. As I said earlier, they'll be at round tables with about 8 or 10 people at each table. This is for the families of the president and the vice president. The Chief Justice will be here. The senior members of Congress will be here. There will be, we are told, some toasts, but not at the end, at the beginning. At the main table, where Mr. Reagan is now, that's where he will sit with Mrs. Reagan. The Speaker and Mrs. O'Neill will be there, the Chief Justice and Mrs. Berger, Senator Hatfield and his wife, and also Dr. Loyal Davis and Mrs. Loyal Davis. They are Dr. Davis is the adopted father of Nancy Davis Reagan. He is 84 years old. His wife is 83. They live in Phoenix, Arizona. Somebody asked Mrs. Davis, Edith Davis, what she was going to wear to the inaugural, and she said, well, I'm going to leave that up to my husband. He designs and selects all my clothing.
Dr. Davis was a distinguished professor of medicine and neurosurgeon at the University of Chicago, I think, and is now...
No, it was I believe, it wasn't the University of Chicago, but it was a Chicago hospital, and he was quite a figure out there,
That's your
Roger.
town, isn't
That's my hometown, and Loyal Davis
Ladies and
is one of the
gentlemen,
biggest doctors in town.
On behalf of the Joint Congressional Inaugural
This is,
Committee, I welcome you
of course,
to
a
this
picture of Air Force One taxiing
presidential
out for the
luncheon.
takeoff, and you're hearing Mark
We have
Hatfield, the
already
host of this
commented
luncheon.
on the historic firsts that have occurred in this inauguration of President Reagan, Vice President Bush. We are also in a very historic first today at this luncheon. We had proceeded from the platform to the Appropriations Committee room with design. We had anticipated it might be a very cold day, and we wanted you to all to have an opportunity to get warm. But the Lord shone upon his mercy today and gave us a beautiful day. But that was the site of President William McKinley's inaugural luncheon. Now we have proceeded to Statuary Hall, which was the home of the House of Representatives until 1858. And within these walls and in this hall was, of course, made great history of America. So this is the first presidential luncheon ever held in Statuary Hall. We're just delighted to welcome all of you here, and if you will all remain seated, I have asked Carol Evenson to give the invocation as a matter of song. She will sing the blessing for this meal today, Amazing Grace. Carol.
Amazing Grace was one of President Carter's favorite tunes.
President Reagan is flanked by Mrs. Warren Berger on his right and Mrs. Mark Hatfield on his left. Those are not rented ferns. They're probably from the botanical gardens down at the base of the hill, which supplies Congress with all flowers and ferns.
And ferns. Well, we're down to that part of the day. The parade not too far off. We'll be back with more coverage of this inaugural after this. Here's where we stand as of the moment on the American hostages. We do believe the Iranian news agency has said that the hostages are now airborne. They left Mehrabad Airport in Tehran some time ago. They are probably still within Iranian airspace, and spokesmen for both Carter and Reagan today here in Washington agreed that neither would announce the release of the hostages before they had cleared Iranian airspace. And we're getting more on this story all the time. Reagan said, as we saw earlier here on NBC, that we have word that both planes are airborne. Robert Abernathy has been putting the bits and pieces together and watching the hostage story for us, and here's what he's got to add to what we know. Bob?
Yes, John. Every sign indicates that the two Algerian planes have left. But as you indicate, nobody in any official position in the United States government wants to say anything about that until they have cleared Iranian airspace. That should take about 1 hour after they've taken off from Tehran. We've also just heard that the parents of John McKeel of Texas, one of the hostages, were told by the State Department at 12:53 that the planes have left. So every sign indicates that the hostages are on their way home, even though we don't have the official confirmation yet. We are also told that that Iranian fighter planes are escorting the Algerian planes with the hostages out of Iran airspace. With me is Lloyd Rollins, a United States government employee here from a post with our embassy in Canada.
Yes.
And you were a hostage briefly, weren't you?
Very briefly.
Can you? I can't quite hear you. Could you?
Very, very briefly, yes.
How long were you a hostage?
Approximately 15 days.
And you were released with how many others?
With 10 others. Well, there were a total of 13. There were 10 in my group.
What? Mr. Rollins, we're going to come back and ask you a little more about this, but we must interrupt now to go to Emery King at Andrews Air Force Base.
Baden, any idea?
Well, I think it's a period of
Secretary Muskie talking to reporters.
You know, their condition, the rest they need, and so on. This is a decompression period, and the doctors can better judge how long they should stay.
Secretary Muskie, can you...
400 days have been work by the U.S. State Department. How do you feel now that the news is confirmed, that it's all over?
Well, I suppose, in a sense, I'll be known in the footnotes of State Department history as the hostage secretary. I came in because of this problem, and because of it, I was not destined to continue, and they've come home at the end. I think it's perfect.
Sir, what can you tell us about the President's plans now, when he will be going and whether you'll be going with him?
He'll be back. Tentatively, we'll depart here at 8 o'clock tonight. I will be going with him.
And do you know how long do you plan to stay there?
It won't be a long stay there. A couple of hours, maybe.
Mr.
3
Secretary,
hours.
could you describe
And
what
we'll
you
come
and...
back.
Could you describe...
With whom?
With
Carter. Did I? I didn't say the other.
How long could it be, Mr. Secretary, before we will see the hostages here? I know I'm asking you to speculate somewhat, but how specific can you be?
Well, Ben Reed tells me it'll be a period of 3 to 5 days. Then when they come here, they will have a day or two with their families at a secluded spot before they're exposed to the public welcome.
Mr. Secretary, could you talk about the emotions that you and the President have gone through in trying to work this out over the past 24 hours?
Well, I got to say to you, I've been dampening my emotions for so many months that it's hard for me to release them. But it's been a period
the
of...
up and downs of the past 24 hours?
Well, you learn to harness your emotions, except that of frustration. But you get so used to the frustration that you come to expect it. And to finally be set free, as we have been in the last 30 minutes, takes a little getting used to, as I suppose the hostages are finding it hard to getting used to being free.
Do you expect more propaganda from the Iranians, and how will that affect the U.S. position and status worldwide, and how will it make you feel when you hear that after the work you've put into this?
Well, one never shapes one's security interests, one's country's security interests based upon propaganda. Propaganda is a tool, I suppose, of foreign policy for some countries. But we used to have a saying when I was a kid, sticks and stones may break my bones, but words can never hurt me.
Thank you very much, Mr. Secretary, and the State Department team on its way to overseas now, and we go back to the Capitol.
That means then that Jimmy Carter is going to planes and do a virtual, just a 180-degree turnaround and come back to the Capitol and pick up Muskie and then fly to Germany? Is that what you got,
John?
John?
Well, that's what I got. It is about 6 hours and 40 minutes from now when former Secretary Muskie said that they would be leaving. I think we ought to be a little careful about this. That's a very short turnaround, and it may be that they are leaving in 2 different aircraft, that the former president would leave from Georgia, and this team of which Secretary Muskie spoke, he quoted Ben Reed, who's the Undersecretary of State for Management, about that team. There have been reports that former Secretary of State Cyrus Vance, who resigned in protest about the rescue mission in Iran, would be the president's personal representative. But now that the president is going, we don't know whether Cy Vance will be going. The former secretary, did say, give us an idea of the schedule on the hostages, and I think it's worth repeating, that they that they will first, when they arrive in this country, and he said that might be 3 to 5 days, be taken to a place in seclusion so that they can be with their families without all of us poking our nose into it, which I certainly would endorse as an idea. Let them get settled down with their families, and then maybe in some big resort hotel, who knows, maybe at a military base somewhere, and then they would be those who are prepared for it, ready to meet with the press and the public. But that's where we stand now, a little confused, but we have been a little confused for 444 days in this hostage mess. We'll be back with more coverage of the inaugural after this.
NBC News continues its coverage of the inauguration of Ronald Reagan, brought to you in part by Pert, the shampoo for bouncin' and behavin' hair, and by Folgers Crystals, the delicious coffee that tastes as rich as it looks. Now reporting from the United States Capitol, here are NBC News correspondents Roger Mudd and John Chancellor.
President Reagan is having lunch with his family and his honored political followers in Statuary Hall in the House of Representatives wing here at the Capitol. Former President Carter is airborne, heading back to Plains. Secretary Muskie says that at 8 o'clock tonight, he and the ex-president are on their way to Germany. When we heard Secretary Muskie say all that, we had interrupted Bob Abernathy, who was interviewing Lloyd Rollins, a hostage himself, and we're going to return to Bob and his guest.
Roger, while we wait for word that the two Algerian planes are in fact out of Iranian airspace, I want to continue my conversation with Lloyd Rollins, a United States Foreign Service officer, who was himself a hostage for 15 days in the American embassy in Iran, one of the group first let out. What can we expect? What kind of condition, Mr. Rollins, can we expect these 52 to be in? And what kind of attitude can we expect them to have?
Well, that's going to be difficult after 14 months. I know that after the 15 days, our group experienced a certain amount of anger with ourselves. We felt that we had let the mission down because we weren't prepared for what had happened.
You mean anger with you in the embassy?
Yes.
What about anger at the United States or the United States government?
Well, there was a certain amount of that expressed by a number of the hostages, but you must remember that we were cut off from any information, and we were being given only information by the militants that had us as captives at that time. And we felt as though, some felt as though we were left out there without anybody caring. Now, logic would tell you that it's different, that someone does care for you, but you do get the feeling of isolation.
What do you think? Do you think the 52 would feel that after 44 days, even more than you did after 15?
I think there'll be some confusion, yes.
What kind of reaction would you expect President Carter to get when he goes to Germany and is there with the hostages?
I believe they'll be glad to see him arrive because they're coming out of the shock now of being captured for 14 months. I don't believe that there's any real resentment for President Carter, but I feel that they haven't had any information, and until the people get to them in Wiesbaden and let them know what has transpired over the last 14 months, and they understand the worry that the nation has had for them, there will be a little confusion in their minds as to exactly what was going on.
Mr. Rollins, many thanks. Good to talk to you.
Thank you.
Now we're going back to the Capitol.
Algerian officials, we are told by United Press International, are now saying that the hostages are expected to arrive in Algiers at midnight their time, which would be 7 p.m. Eastern Standard Time in the United States. We would hope to have some pictures of the hostages arriving for you then, but with this situation, nobody is absolutely certain if that schedule will be held or if we can get the pictures. We are trying. We'll have more coverage of the inaugural after this. So here's where we are as of this hour. The President and the First Lady and the Chief Justice and senior members of the Senate are having lunch in National Statuary Hall in the Capitol behind me here. The hostages, we presume, are somewhere in the air, heading, we believe, toward Algiers. We'll know more about that later this afternoon. And Marvin Kalb is in our booth overlooking the parade route downtown here in Washington, in Lafayette Park, and he has more on all this. Marvin?
Well, John, it seems to me that if one goes back to the inaugural address and tries to figure out just what kind of an administration this is going to be, based upon what it is that the president said, one would have a feeling that while he attempted to reach for his own kind of vision, he may or may not have succeeded by some standards, but he did address a basic point, which is that the problems of this country are here, and he stressed the economic problems. And it seems to me that the message that went out to the entire world, really, was a reflected message of the message to the American people. The emphasis is on home affairs, on economics. If you succeed on that, so much the better in terms of your ability to deal with the rest of the world. He did make an indirect reference to the hostage problem when he said that on the basis of strength, American strength, which would be used or will be used, I forgot the exact words that he said, let that be understood by those who practice terrorism. He then went on with what I thought was a most fascinating and tough message, which came through in a subordinate phrase to our allies when he said, we would match loyalty with loyalty. Now, I suppose the foreign offices in Paris and Bonn are going to have to find out from their ambassadors exactly what the president means by that. As far as the message to the Russians, there was no echo of belligerency, no hostility at all. It was a feeling very much of peace based upon strength, which is what we have heard from Ronald Reagan over the entire campaign.
Could I ask you a question?
Yes, sir.
Do Europeans prefer a steady signal that they don't like to an uneven signal that they sort of like?
I think that the Europeans, as far as the West Europeans are concerned, every single time that they have gotten a strong American signal, they have complained about an overbearing American policy. The East Europeans have always been able to live much more effectively and safely in terms of world peace with a strong signal coming out of Washington. We know that they got a strong signal out of the Nixon administration. They might not have agreed with him on anything, but they certainly understood what he stood for, and they were able to make a number of agreements with him. I suspect, based on my conversations with the Russians here, that the Russians would be much happier with a consistent hardliner than an inconsistent moderate such as the ex-president.
That's interesting. It is. The hostage situation, briefly, is from all indications airborne. The hostage planes are airborne. The word from Secretary Muskie, late of the State Department, is that the president, the former president, is back heading toward Plains, Georgia, and will return on his way to Germany this evening, carrying Muskie and apparently a group of former Carter administration officials to help welcome them home. I have momentarily forgotten what we're going to do. All right, now I know. I'm sorry, I had a brain freeze. One of the hostage wives that we've followed over the past 14 months is Mrs. Dorothea Moorfield of San Diego. Her husband was the U.S. Consul General at the U.S. Embassy in Tehran. His name is Richard, and we have some videotape of Mrs. Moorfield getting the news that they were at last free.
Just really sinking in. I mean,
And the tears are coming as well.
It's been a long, long wait, yes. But believe me, the tears of joy, thank God. There were 8 people, whose tears weren't of joy from last April. And they ought to be remembered today, especially because we're so grateful to them. Each one of those 8 men was younger than my husband. He's coming home to his family. They never will. And I thank each and every one of them and their families. And I wish they could be here today to share with us this part of it.
Dorothea, your thoughts perhaps on the Iranians waiting until the inauguration?
Typical. It is. Obviously, it was deliberate. What they did was just one more. They have no class. Let's face it.
The Pars news agency is suddenly being helpful. That's the Iranian news agency. It is putting out quite detailed stories now And it gives us a chance to go back, it seems to me, Roger, over the events of this morning in the light of a schedule put out by the Iranian news agency that tells us what was going on in Iran. We know what was going on in the United States. We know, for example, that at 11:10 a.m. Eastern Standard Time here in Washington, that the president, I'm trying to remember where he was, Roger, the
11:10 they were on their way to, they were in the White House.
They had just arrived in the White House. Now, at that hour, this is quite interesting, according to PARS, the bus carrying the hostages at 11:10 this morning at Washington time approached the plane on the runway. So they didn't yet know at that hour when they were in that meeting at the White House. Then, according to PARS, the engines on those planes turned on and began to hum at 11:50 a.m. Washington time, which means that they were out here behind us. Not knowing that the hostages were in the air. And then finally PARS says that the hostage plane is now taking off at 8:55 hours Tehran time, which was 12:25 p.m. Washington time, 25 minutes. That was about 5 minutes after Reagan finished his inaugural speech. So that what nobody really could say for sure in either the incoming or the outgoing administration this morning was, were the hostages off? And in fact, they didn't get off until 5 minutes after Reagan finished talking, according to the Iranians, and you always have to worry about taking the Iranian news agency at its face value. But that, I guess, is the story of what went on this morning, right?
That agency report from PARS also said that when the hostages went out to the bus and transferred onto the airplane, that the crowd was out there yelling, "Down with America," and then "Down with Reagan." So their information was, as to who was in charge, was up to date.
Unusually detailed report.
And I think Mrs. Moorfield, did I not hear her say at the end of that interview, they asked her about that, and she said, "They don't have any class," was the quote from Ms. Moorfield about the Iranians.
I think we're getting very close to commentary on that. We'll be back with more, including the parade, more of the new president, after this.
This is a Glad 3-ply.
We're back at the Capitol, which is now just about deserted. All those plush blankets and over-upholstered chairs, and the red rug is gone. There's the parquet floor that'll be torn up and sold for $28 a piece. All that's in the process of being broken down. The inaugural ceremony here is over, and by tomorrow it won't be recognizable anymore because workmen will begin to disassemble it. We have this afternoon with us Irving R. Levine, who's our economics correspondent. That's, before we go to Irv, is the honor guard waiting on the steps of the Capitol, waiting for the emergence of President Reagan from the lunch. He will come out and review the military honor guard drawn up on the East Front before he goes down to the White House. So everything is ready and waiting for the president to finish eating. We have Irving R. Levine, who has listened to the Reagan speech, as we have, and listened in his special way, as Marvin Kalb did, and he wants to report now on the economic aspects of the Reagan inaugural address. Irv?
Well, it's significant, and I suppose not at all unexpected, that the first substantive words of the Reagan inaugural address concerned the economy. The president spoke of the economic affliction of great proportions confronting the country, in particular inflation. Now, the Reagan people have been saying for a long time that they intended to hit the ground running, particularly on the economy. The president said in his inaugural address, "We are going to begin to act beginning today," and he immediately followed up on that by issuing an order to freeze hiring in the government, an effort to hold down government spending. I think to place that in context, it must be pointed out that there has been a freeze on federal hiring in effect under the Carter administration since August. I think we can expect that there will be other such orders, presumably an order freezing or in some way restricting the issuance of government regulations. Certainly there will be an order eliminating the Council on Wage and Price Stability, which was the overseer of the guidelines on wage and price increases of a voluntary nature, and I think that we might also expect that the Reagan words were a prelude perhaps to a lifting of the remaining controls on crude oil prices in the United States. I suppose what the industrial and business and financial community would have liked to have heard would have been some kind of a paraphrase of Calvin Coolidge's 1925 remarks when he said the business of America is business. Ronald Reagan didn't quite say that, but he did give that area of the American community a good deal of, it seems to me, hope and confidence that there will be a lifting of government regulations, a better distribution of the tax burden, and so on.
Jim Baker, who is the Reagan chief of staff, said, number one, hiring freeze. Number two, as you mentioned, abolish the Wage and Price Council. He also said that the president would suspend all pending federal regulations, that is, to give them time to look over anything new that was going to take effect. And then there would be an order to sending all cabinet officers out on search and destroy missions against waste, fraud, and abuse. So apparently there are some more things up ahead that he's going to write in.
You may remember that during the campaign, the president-elect at that time said that, and the president-elect said that there would be citizen groups to be sent into the various departments to see what waste, fraud, abuse, mismanagement could be found, and certainly he plans to follow through on that. I think it might be well to place some of this in some kind of a historical context. Let me quote just about 15 words. Quote, the budget should be balanced, the treasury should be refilled, the public debt should be reduced, the arrogance of officialdom should be tempered and controlled. Now, that may sound like a summary of Ronald Reagan's inaugural address. Actually, those are words that were uttered by Marcus Tullius Cicero in 106 B.C.
Come on, Irv. That's not fair.
Well, you see, he was there. It was in his notes. He covered it, and he remembered it. Irving, that's marvelous. I thought it was going to be Roosevelt's first inaugural, which is often quoted these days as being a conservative.
You media guys are all alike, Irv.
At this hour, the luncheon has been underway for about 45 minutes, and we'll take about one more quarter of an hour. About 2 o'clock it'll be over, and we'll pick up. We'll see various things in the next 15 minutes from National Statuary Hall. National Statuary Hall is an interesting part of the Capitol, and what we did was arrange to have you taken on a short tour of it. We asked a tour guide to tell us about it, and we recorded that in advance, and I think that's coming up now so that you'll have an idea of the room in which this luncheon now is taking place.
Is the former chamber of the House of Representatives. Here they met from 1807 to 1857. Many of the men that came to serve in this room eventually became presidents of the United States. Over near the statue from California of the priest Father Sarah is a bronze square that indicates to us where Abraham Lincoln sat as an Illinois representative. You will find other bronze squares in this room showing you where Tyler, Polk, Pierce, Fillmore, Buchanan, and Andrew Johnson sat as members of the House, eventually to become presidents. Within these walls, Congress proclaimed the Monroe Doctrine. They annexed Texas in 1845 and enacted treaties which brought the Southwest, California, and the Oregon Territory under the American flag. After the House left this room, street vendors came in here to sell oranges, cookies, and souvenirs. It also, in 1861, served as a hospital where wounded Union soldiers were nursed. In 1864, a Vermont senator proposed that this room become National Statuary Hall. The bill was approved by the House and Senate, and it authorized President Lincoln to invite every state to send 2 statues to the Capitol, made either of marble or bronze, of people who were deceased citizens of the state and who were illustrious for historic renown or for distinguished civic or military services as the state would deem worthy of national commemoration.
Well, Well, that was a little tour we'd taken of Statuary Hall, and that commentary was provided by one of the Capitol guides that work here on the Hill.
Roger.
Our last 4 presidents, by the way, have served in the House of Representatives, and I think by my count, 13 presidents. 13 presidents at one time or another have been in the House of Representatives.
Do you want to say something about the music that intrudes occasionally here? It is not exactly solemn music. They're playing it, I think, for the workmen who are dismantling the stand there. But every once in a while in our program from this booth, because we can't keep it out, you will hear somebody singing, as I think you just heard, The Impossible Dream. Roger and I don't see it that way. We think it's all going very well. And we'll be back with more after this.
We're now waiting for the presidential lunch to finish in Statuary Hall, which should be in about 10 minutes. The Reagan inaugural has run virtually on schedule. It got slightly behind because the new president signed a few more documents than had been anticipated, so he got behind and then had a couple interviews on the way to the luncheon, but virtually he's within 5 minutes. He's supposed to come out of the luncheon at about 2 o'clock Eastern Time and then make his way to the White House to review the parade. The parade assembly area is down at the base of Capitol Hill. It's on the mall between the National Air and Space Museum and the National Gallery, and there the units are in formation in the order that they will pass. This is the military guard that will, from all indications by my list of parade order, be the first in line, and this is the military guard on the steps of the U.S. Capitol. That's the east front, and through that great bronze door, will come the new president. Bob Kerr, who reported the arrival of the new president, is down there ready to report his departure for the White House. Bob?
Roger, as you well know, the newly elected president doesn't only get to live in the White House and inherit a lot of headaches, but these military honor guards also come with the office. You can probably see, I'm not sure exactly what you're seeing now, but you can see these units forming. And what they are ceremonial units assigned to the president for special functions. What we're going to see here in just a few minutes when the new president, Mr. Reagan, comes out is sort of a prelude, really, to the parade that'll go on this afternoon. It's been described really as a sort of mini parade. And these are the units which perform at the president's behest, not only at state dinners and functions such as that, but also at funerals at Arlington Cemetery on a regular basis. They come from all of the different service units of the armed forces. And later, these units will combine with the others in the parade, which I'm told will have about 7,500 marchers in all. But the order of things, Roger, is such that these honor guards will form, and they're sort of the presidential escort. And then the president and his people will follow in the motorcade, and they, in turn, will be followed by the rest of the parade. But we are waiting for Mr. Reagan to come out, and we'll see the show, and I understand it's supposed to be quite good.
Bob, you know, for a change of civilian governments, the military on Inauguration weekend plays a very prominent public ceremonial role. Every high-ranking incoming administration official is accompanied everywhere he or she goes to parties, to dances, to galas by at least 2 or 3 military aides, a Marine major, a Coast Guard commander, an Air Force captain are in the car with him, accompanying Mike Deaver, Jim Baker, Ed Meese, wherever they go. They provide escorts for women, extend their arm to help them down steps. It's nothing pernicious about it. It's rather colorful, but they are everywhere, the military. This is a very big weekend, not only for civilian politicians, but colorful military. Now, Andrea Mitchell is along the parade route. She's been outside listening and talking all morning. Andrea?
Roger, it is a wonderful day for a parade. Look at the sun, and we, fortunately, are on the sunny side of the street in the bleachers where there are lots of people now gathering, hundreds and thousands of people along the parade route. And in these bleachers, mostly out-of-town Republicans, people who have either worked for the party or volunteered for the party or played some role in the political process and are now here to see the denouement, to see the finish, to see Ronald Reagan actually come down Pennsylvania Avenue with this inaugural parade. And among the people that we've talked to here, we've talked to a number of people who've come from all parts of the country. There are people who, as well as participating in the grassroots part of the political campaign, have also been delegates to the Republican Convention. I'm with Joe and Fred Track from Temperance, Michigan, and they were delegates to the convention in Detroit, but not both Reagan delegates. Joe, you were the victor, is that correct?
Yes, I was. I was the Reagan delegate.
And Fred?
I was the Bush delegate, but we got the best of two worlds now. We have both two great men in office.
Now, during the convention, you both seem to be getting along just fine today here at the parade, but was there any family problems when you were both delegates and both still undetermined who the actual nominee was going to be?
Yes, there was. We have a 21-year-old son, and I think we were both competing for his vote for our candidate. I believe I won, but I also believe he would never level and tell us the truth.
As you can hear, there's a crowd behind us. There are the beginnings of some of the advance routes, some of the people who are, I guess, out rehearsing for the parade. Fred, what about the events here? You've come a long way to take part in the inaugural.
I've never been so inspired in my life. I wish all the people in America could share with me the things that I've shared here.
And one of the places they are cheering is back at the Capitol. Now back to the booth.
Andrea, we're going to take a quick break because in a few moments we're due to go inside Statuary Hall. They haven't allowed cameras to let us see the luncheon. Politicians don't like to be seen eating so much, I don't think, but mostly talking. So we'll go back there in a few minutes, but for a moment we want to pause, and we'll return after this announcement.
And there is the great dome of the Capitol of the United States, which was finished in 1865 in time for Lincoln's second inaugural. And today, those gray stones look down on the inauguration of the 40th President of the United States, Ronald Wilson Reagan, who is now inside having lunch with his new vice president and other members of his personal family and George Bush's personal family. Not be long from now, the president will have his first military review. He will review those troops stationed on the east steps of the. And after that, we'll be getting very close to the parade itself. They march down, or the everybody all set up here. They heard Ronald Reagan, and Roger and I were talking about it. They give what was not necessarily an inspired or a soaring rhetorical essay on the country. It was a statement of Mr. Reagan's philosophy. I don't think that it will go down in any way as matching Lincoln's with malice toward none speech or Roosevelt's all we have to fear is fear itself.
Well, it's you have to say, in fairness to Reagan, that that's not his style, and it's probably not fair of me to say that it wasn't magnificent, because his oratory is not a magnificent style. He's very plain-spoken. His images are precise. His approach to things is very businesslike. He comes at a problem as the chairman of the board, as it were, and nothing pejorative meant by that, but he is a businessman and has a rather orderly approach to problems, and this speech reflected that very well.
Well, I'm not saying that I think he's a bad communicator. I was only thinking that there aren't any phrases in that speech, just as there were no phrases in Jimmy Carter's speech 4 years ago, that we may have entered an era of less rhetorical flourish, less great writing in inaugural speeches than we had before. Although a shorter speech may not be bad. What was it, William Henry Harrison in 1841? 8,400 words. And
he caught
He caught cold and died a month later. President Harrison is something of a favorite with the press, however, because he's the only president who never complained about it. He was sick in bed for his entire term as presidency. We do have, however, some tapes of past inaugural speeches made on the east front of the Capitol here, and we'd like to show you some excerpts of what we have been hearing in the past from here.
I accept with humility the honor which the American people have conferred upon me. I accept it with a resolve to do all that I can for the welfare of this nation and for the peace of the world. Above all else, our people desire and are determined to work for peace on earth, a just and lasting peace, based on genuine agreement, freely arrived at by equals.
Give us, we pray, the power to discern clearly right from wrong, and allow all our words and actions to be governed thereby and by the laws of this land. Especially we pray that our concern shall be for all the people, regardless of station, race, or calling. May cooperation be permitted and be the mutual aim of those who, under the concepts of our Constitution, hold to differing political faiths.
We shall pay any price, bear any burden, meet any hardship, support any friend, oppose any foe to assure the survival and the success of liberty. Civility is not a sign of weakness, and sincerity is always subject to proof. Let us never negotiate out of fear, but let us never fear to negotiate.
There is world enough for all to seek their happiness in their own way. And our nation's course is abundantly clear. We aspire to nothing that belongs to others. We seek no dominion over our fellow man, but man's dominion over tyranny and misery.
I have seen the hunger of a homeless child, the pain of a man wounded in battle, the grief of a mother who has lost her son. I know these have no ideology, no race. I know America. I know the heart of America is good. I speak from my own heart and the heart of my country, the deep concern we have for those who suffer and those who sorrow. I have taken an oath today in the presence of God and my countrymen to uphold and defend the Constitution of the United States. And to that oath, I now add this sacred commitment. I shall consecrate my office, my energies, and all the wisdom I can summon to the cause of peace among nations. Let this message be heard by strong and weak alike.
Let us create together a new national spirit of unity and trust. Your strength can compensate for my weakness, and your wisdom can help to minimize my mistakes. Let us learn together and laugh together and work together and pray together, confident that in the end we will triumph together in the right.
And excerpts from some past inaugurals that we have heard here at the Capitol. Here's something to put in your diary about the hostages. 15 minutes ago at 1:53 p.m. Eastern Standard Time, the Turkish airport at Ankara reported that the Americans in that plane had entered Turkish airspace. So it was 1:53 when the first Americans got out of Iran after 444 days. Roger?
The family of one of those hostages aboard that plane is in Pasadena, California. The mother and father, I am told, of Jerry Lee, and Rick Davis is with them in this interview.
We're standing by.
Here at the home of the Reverend Earl Lee and Hazel Lee, there is a double celebration going on. Freedom for your son. And Mrs. Lee, could you imagine a better 64th birthday present?
No, I really couldn't. It is beyond anything you could imagine, and it is joyous. And I just said, well, I feel like a celebrity, and I might as well enjoy all the flowers and all the love and all the good wishes. And it's been a long, dark night, and I don't mind having the daylight like this.
Well, you have given back that love to everyone who's come into this house.
Well, thank you. I love people, and I think the love of God sort of expresses itself to people, and people have been so good to us. It's been a joy.
Reverend Lee, when the State Department called a little while back, you said something about being on that plane with your son.
Oh, yes. We just heard that they're out of the Iranian territory air-wise, and I said, well, I felt that as we crossed the Turkish border. I really feel I'm in that plane with my son, with all of the hostages who are no longer hostages. They are free. And there is a sense of extreme excitement that is just going to go right on.
Now that your son is free, he's out of Iran, over the airspace, do you at this point feel any anger toward the Iranians?
Oh, no. No. I feel nothing but love and acceptance and a great deal of freedom toward them. For instance, last night, 2 or 3 Iranians called me, 2 that knew Gary, and said, let us talk to him as soon as they come home. But they felt free to call me, and that made me feel so good.
How about you? Any anger at all? Have you felt it at all during the past 444 days?
No, I have felt deep grief, but I don't think I have felt anger, frustration, and anxiety, but not anger.
What are your plans now? Where will you go next?
To Washington to see him come in. That's our immediate plan.
Thank you very much. Rick Davis, NBC News at the Lee home.
Thanks very much, Rick. Well, happy people, and there'll be a lot more. The hostages have reached Turkish airspace. We'll be back with more on the inaugural after this. Inside the National Statuary Hall, they're still having dessert at the lunch. They're running about 10 minutes late, maybe even more than that right now, and we are not allowed to show you pictures in there. At the same time, we've had a lot of information on the hostages coming out of Iran, and more of that information now from Bernard Kalb at the State Department.
John, as you might imagine, the State Department has been something of an echo chamber so far as information about the hostages are concerned. Still, they cannot confirm here the fact that all 52 hostages have in fact left Iran. The presumption is that that is the case. But until there's an actual head count, no one here will say that. So, according to U.S. officials, these are the expectations, that the planes will have to refuel. What we're being told is that that refueling could take place either in Turkey at Ankara, or they fly on to Greece, a possible refuel in Athens, 1 or 2 of those places. Now, according to the way the flight plan has been laid out, the stopover in Ankara, that is to say in Turkey, is at about 2:15 our time here on the East Coast. Should the plane go on to Athens for that refuel stop, why, that would take another hour. We're being told, too, that Rome has been alerted as a possible refuel stop, but that is not considered likely. Once the planes are on the ground, wherever that stop may be, either Ankara or Athens, the U.S. ambassador in that country or a top American official will board the aircraft. The 2 aircrafts, that is to say, 2 officials, and at that point there will be a head count, a face check, to make sure that all 52 Americans have in fact left Iran. At that point, word is expected to be flashed from the aircraft, I presume to Algiers, and then, and only then, will the State Department say, yes, from 1 to 52, they are in fact all out. John?
Bernie, can I hold you and ask you one question about that? Bernie?
Yes, I hear you.
Are we then in a position where the frozen Iranian assets are still in the escrow account in London and will not be released until the United States has made a head count of all 52 hostages?
John, that's a very hard call. The reason for that is this. One would believe that even though the State Department is not saying out loud and publicly that there are all 52 and they're providing us with a scenario of a head count or a face count aboard those two planes, the agreement in fact says that once Algeria certifies that the planes carrying the Americans have in fact left Iranian airspace, the shift of the money from the Algerian escrow to the Iranians should take place.
Bernie, let me interrupt you now just for one. We'll get back to that, but we now have pictures inside the statuary hall where the toasts are going on.
To the President.
That's the traditional toast to the President. I think Mr. Reagan will respond.
Senator Mark Hatfield, Speaker O'Neill, the others here who are hosting this very beautiful luncheon, I'm going to take the liberty of speaking for my partner George, for Barbara and Nancy, in responding to this toast. Twice this morning in the ceremony was mentioned the fact of the unusualness in this world of what has taken place here today. The orderly transfer, the continuity of government that has gone on, and that I think is the envy of the world. Now there's even more of unity represented here today. The crystalware Speaker Tip O'Neill graciously provided from the House side. The plates have come from the Senate. The wine is from California, but I didn't have a thing to do with that. It just turned out that way. But I would like to drink to the idea that this great system that sometimes puts us in adversary relationships, and perhaps sometimes unnecessarily so, but was based on checks and balances to ensure that we do what is right for the people, that kind of cooperation will continue. I'm delighted to be a guest here in the House of the Congress, and I look forward to coming back. I look forward to you being guests with us.
Very graciously said.
I look forward to working with you on behalf of the people, and that this partnership will continue. And now, to conclude the test, with thanks to Almighty God, I have been given a tagline, the get-off line that everyone wants for the end of a toast or a speech or anything else. Some 30 minutes ago, the planes bearing our prisoners left Iranian airspace and are now free of Iran. So we can all drink to this one, to all of us together, doing what we all know we can do to make this country what it should be, what it can be, what it always has been. Thank you all.
And now I'd like to call on the Majority Leader of the United States Senate, Senator Howard Baker of Tennessee, to offer a toast to the Vice President. Senator Baker.
Mr. President, with your permission, Mr. Chief Justice, ladies and gentlemen,
This is a special privilege and pleasure for all of us, I'm sure. But there's a special poignancy to it and an importance that attaches for those of us who are members of the Senate of the United States. Because in addition to the inauguration of the Chief Executive, the President of the United States, this ceremony today marks the induction, the solemnizing of the oath of office for the President of the Senate, who also is the Vice President, the lesser of the two offices. It is my privilege then to stand here and to tell you that we have great faith in our new presiding officer, as the country has great faith in our new Vice President. I have great faith in my friend, whom I've known for so long, and for whom I have such great respect. So, Mr. President, with your permission, I propose a toast to the President of the Senate and the Vice President of the United States, George Bush.
Thank you, Senator Baker. Let me respond very briefly with respects, of course, to our new president. I served on this side of this building. My dad served on that side of this building, and we learned our lessons well. We have great respect for the institution of the Congress, and I would like to propose a toast to the leadership, Mr. Speaker, of the House of Representatives, to the leadership of the Senate, Senator Baker, Mr. Byrd, and wish the Congress the best of luck, Godspeed in their important work ahead. To the Congress of the United States. And thank you all very much.
Ladies and gentlemen, this concludes our luncheon once again on behalf of the Joint Committee. We have been most honored by your presence. Now, may I be permitted to offer a few words of logistics. As soon as we leave the tables, we will invite each of you to move to the position where you will occupy during the parade. And that hiatus will create an opportunity for the President and the Vice President to view their honor guard, which again has never happened before. They have been so far ahead of the parade that the President, the Vice President, Mr. President, have never seen the honor guard or seen very little of them. So we're going to have that first today again. And so the rest of the party will be excused to move to the reviewing positions for the parade. We will ask the Joint Leadership Committee to accompany the President and the Vice President to the Speaker's office, and then they to their cars and ready to move the parade out on time to keep Bob Gray and Charles Wick happy because they have promised that we're going to have a very concise parade. Thank you again, ladies and gentlemen, for being with us today and honoring our new President and our new Vice President and their fine ladies. Thank you.
Senator Hatfield concluding the ceremonies in the National Statuary Hall. And as you heard, the President will be reviewing the honor guard there. They're about 15 minutes behind schedule now. Everything having worked like clockwork up to the administering of the oath, which was done just a little bit ahead of schedule, they've now fallen behind. As Roger said, this is a town that more often is behind schedule than on schedule.
That's not bad, though. It is their parade. They can be late if they want to, I guess.
They can be late if they want to.
Senator Baker was in the hospital almost a week and was fitted for his inaugural close in the hospital. Taylor went to him and made him get out of bed and stand up.
Oh, I thought you were going to say that his inaugural clothes fit better lying down than they do standing up. This conversation will go on. There's the President, Senator Baker, and James Baker III, who is the incoming White House Chief of Staff on the right of your picture there. He had been with George Bush during the campaign and later switched over to the Reagan group and now will occupy a very important position in the White House. And we'll be back with more coverage, the review of the Honor Guard and the parade after this.
NBC News continues its coverage of the inauguration of Ronald Reagan, brought to you in part by the General Foods family of fine products, pleasing you and your family for over 50 years. American Gas, your gas company, providing efficient gas energy for today and tomorrow. And by Johnson & Johnson, where quality products for the American family have been a tradition for generations. Now, reporting from the United States Capitol, here are NBC News correspondents Roger Mudd and John Chancellor.
That's the Capitol Dome, and everything is just about ready for the departure of President Reagan down Pennsylvania Avenue. The parade units are drawn up at the base of Capitol Hill. The stands are filled. The weather is easy. The hostages are free. And Washington and the nation are ready to enjoy a colorful, bright, fast-moving parade that the Reagan Inaugural Committee promises will be brief, efficient, and very fast-moving. In Milwaukee, Norma Quarles is with the family of Kevin Hermening, one of the hostages. Norma?
Okay, here we are. I'm at the home of Richard Hermening, Kevin Hermening's father, and Pauline Hermening. I wonder if you might tell me your reaction right now.
Well, I think I finally come to realize that it all has taken place and can't believe that they are actually on their way home. Up to maybe an hour ago when I got the call from the State Department, I've heard it half hour, 45 minutes before that, saying that the plane had left the ground, but until I got that definite call that said that they are out, I didn't believe it, and I'm really happy that they're finally out and out of Iranian airspace.
Did you pop the champagne bottles?
That we did. We popped the one when the agreement was reached, and the one that probably meant more was the one when they were actually on the plane off the ground and flying to freedom.
What are your plans now?
Our plans are to wait for the phone call from Kevin, and then after they have their stay in Wiesbaden 4 to 7 days, however long it may be, we'll reunite in the Washington area.
How are your feelings right now?
Very excited, very excited. I came down quite a bit now, but I'm going to hang in there, and we can't wait to see Kevin.
It seems like it's been an interminable wait. How do you think Kevin handled it, being a hostage?
Well, I think Kevin has probably handled it really well. For a while there, he was quite angry, but as you go through the different stages, he finally got to the point of acceptance, and I'm sure that he made the best of the conditions the way they were, even though it wasn't a place that you wanted to be. He was very, very well adjusted, I believe.
Going to sleep well tonight?
I will sleep very well tonight.
Thank you very much. We're at the home of the Hermenings in Cudahy, Wisconsin. Norma Quarles, NBC News.
And there is the scene in the nation's capital, waiting for the parade to begin. That's on Capitol Hill. The weather is now 56 degrees in Washington, D.C., and that, we believe, ties the record for the warmest inaugural day in American history. Some of them have been very cold. Some of them have been rainy. This one stands out as warm with some gentle western breezes blowing over Washington. and going to be a very nice day for a nice parade. We'll have more coverage of the inaugural after this. Our ever-ready statisticians have been looking up the temperatures for past inaugurals. In 1913, for the Wilson inaugural, it was 55 degrees. Weather Bureau says it's 56 in Washington right now at 2:30 in the afternoon Washington time, which means that we have broken the record. Ronald Reagan's inaugural is the warmest on record.
It's also the loudest for anchormen to be heard. We're now being treated to a concert of rock music that's coming up through the vents of our little anchor booth here. I don't know whether people can tell what the relationship of this booth is to the rest of the Capitol, but you might take a look at it from the dome. Up until this inauguration, the anchor booths that the networks occupied were paid for by the congressional appropriation.
That's us. I'm moving a seating chart.
But this time, for the first time, the networks are paying for this booth, and I understand that the total cost of this structure, there we are, the total cost of this structure is about $200,000. It may be a lot cheaper for the taxpayers, as it should be, but we are now paying our own way to broadcast these things, which is as it should be.
As it should always have been. These are quite nice booths. They'll be down before you know it. They'll start working on them the minute we go off the air, when we switch to our other anchor booth at Lafayette Park across from the White House. And Tom Brokaw and Jane Pauley will pick up this inaugural story there. And I even think we may be able to get a picture of them somewhere along the line. There they are.
I should hope you'd get a picture of us.
Well, listen, it'll be all right as long as we can hear you. Good afternoon, Jane and Tom.
Good afternoon. We're trying out Tom's Christmas binoculars.
We're having a good time. We've got most of the cabinet over here mingling in the reviewing stand across the way. They came down earlier in an assortment of white limousines with their names and titles on the side. And it was very Democratic small d for this Republican administration, because I think that they had a car from every American car manufacturer. We saw Oldsmobiles and Lincolns, and we saw Chrysler products, and we saw every kind possible. We see over there, sitting by himself for a time, which is a position that he's not used to, Henry Kissinger with Mrs. Kissinger.
Well, you see him standing there as we speak, but for a while the two of them were sitting utterly alone, while in the front row seats, the newly designated cabinet members were all chatting together, and it was certainly a new circumstance for Mr. Kissinger.
Is that a heated booth you're in, you two?
It's solar heated, John.
Passive.
It's hot.
It's really warm. Between the lights that we have here and the sun that we expect to have over here.
Would you tell me what we're looking at behind you? If you look in the screen, Tom.
Right there?
You'll see there that behind you, yeah.
Well,
that's the presidential reviewing stand?
Yes. You remember 4 years ago, President Carter had it canted at a 45-degree angle.
Remember, yeah.
And you could look up Pennsylvania Avenue and have a better shot of the White House. This time it's back to the traditional position.
Neck jerking left.
That's right. Next, new administration going back to what it wants in this case. There are 5 chairs directly in front, the kind of premier row. We're not sure who the 5th chair is for.
I wondered the Chief Justice maybe, but that's purely a guess.
We don't know. We have obviously President and Mrs. Reagan and Vice President and Mrs. Bush, and we'll see who that mystery guest will be. As you can see, 5 leather chairs there in front. The rest of the cabinet filling in. We can see James Watt, who is the Secretary of Interior now, Edwin Meese III, who will be a power in the White House, new Secretary of Education, Mr. Bell, the new head of the CIA, Mr. Casey's down there. William French Smith, the Attorney General of the United States, is there with his wife, Jean Smith.
Mr. Block from Agriculture is there as well.
And some senators in the background. Senator Robert Dole, we can see
Tom, is he talking to Billy Graham?
Yes, that's Billy Graham, who is standing there, who is back in the White House, so to speak. He was not very close to Jimmy Carter. So we're looking forward to being here for the parade this afternoon, which will come right down this route. It's terrific seats. We're looking forward to having all of you with us as well. Roger and John?
Tom will be back to you probably in 15 or 20 minutes. I guess that's about right, because we're now waiting for the emergence of President Reagan. He was taken by Mark Hatfield and the security people into a Speaker O'Neill hideaway on the east front of the Capitol down on the House end. And he is, I guess, probably got his feet up just relaxing for a minute or two until everybody's in place. Then he comes out through those great bronze doors on the east front, down the steps, however many steps there are, maybe 111, and between the honor guard, and then he hops in his 900-foot-long limousine and goes down Pennsylvania Avenue. So we'll be covering that the minute Mr. Reagan appears. NBC comes back in just a moment.
We're informed by United Press International that the authorities in Athens, Greece, now say that the Algerian aircraft carrying the American hostages out of Iran will stop in Athens for a refueling stop. A 727, as you know, Roger, can't go that far without stopping for fuel, so they will stop in Athens and then proceed across the Mediterranean to Algiers. Officials in Algiers are still saying that they think the hostages may turn up there about 7 p.m. Eastern Standard Time in the United States. And that's about all we know on the hostages now, but the story is beginning to piece itself together.
We had heard earlier today Mrs. Reagan tell Tom Pettit that she had not heard her husband's inaugural speech until she heard it today. Last Friday, I think it was. No, it was Saturday. The Reagan Transition Press Office had a briefing, which was off the record or for background. And I have to say that the briefing officer was a senior transition official. I know who he is. I know how tall he is. I know how much he weighs. And I know that he has a receding hairline. But I can't give you his name. But in order to prove that Mr. Reagan wrote the speech himself, this senior transition official held up the very pad that Mr. Reagan had used, and there we could see from a distance of 20 feet. We were not allowed to touch the paper, the longhand. Almost, remember Thomas Wolfe wrote, you can't...
That's right.
Go home again on the top of the icebox or something. So
the ledger books.
So already they're building legends down at the transition office.
Roger, Senator Claiborne Pell, a senior Democratic member of the Joint Congressional Committee on Inaugural Ceremonies, was here not long ago, and it's our feeling from talking with Senator Pell and others that the motorcade is about to begin quite a lot behind schedule now. The official schedule had called for the military review to have been completed more than 20 minutes ago. So this show is operating now, I would think, Roger, about 20 to 25 minutes late. Which is remarkable because this morning it went just like clockwork. But so we're waiting now for the president to come out of room H206, a small room called for today a holding room in the House side of the Capitol, and then get into the cars and go downtown. Could we get a look at that stand outside, please, because it's undergone another transformation. The stand on which the notables stood. You see, the carpet has been taken up, and the chairs were taken up, and now the chairs have been put back. Now that is because there will be fireworks. There will be a giant fireworks display here in Washington tonight. Some have said the largest show of fireworks ever held, and the weather is good, although there was some worry about rain later today. But the chairs have been set up. The carpet is gone. Now, there you see the famous parquet floor that we've been talking about that they're going to tear up and make into souvenirs. It will be taken up tomorrow. It is actually, there are two floors there. There's a pine floor covered by oak. You are looking at the oak now. This is getting kind of silly, but when you think that splinters are going to go for $28 encased in plastic, they can help pay for some of this inaugural, which has been, I guess, is the most expensive on record.
I think it's labeled at about $8 million. The inaugural people are very quick to point out that none of that is being paid by the taxpayer. However, it is true that when you contribute to the Reagan inaugural, they have got a ruling from the IRS that it is tax deductible, which means that the taxpayer is paying for part of this. But nonetheless, you mentioned Claiborne Pell, the ranking Democrat on the Foreign Relations Committee, and he had been scheduled to be chairman of the Rules Committee, but Hatfield has that job now. He's with Bob Kerr and ready to talk about his impressions. Bob?
Well, Roger,
Right now.
we are here with Senator Pell. Senator, can we talk to you for just a moment? We had Senator Pell standing by, and he was kind enough for a while, but we thought the new president, was coming out. And it appears now that he probably is. But Senator Pell is the chairman of the congressional end of the inaugural committee. And okay, so the president is going to come out. He's upstaged you, Senator, but we will try very hard to get back to you. Thank you for coming over.
Understands the push and the pull of being the majority and the minority, and this is the President of the United States on the top steps.
Now, the party will start to break up, as I understand it, and the president now has to do something with his honor guard here, and the other guests, I think, can go on. We are not absolutely certain, ladies and gentlemen, how this is going to work. There's the review. Am I right, Roger? They look as though they're at the bottom of Jenkins Hill.
No, this is on the Capitol Plaza, and they're passing in front of the steps on the east front.
I've got it. There they go. And as someone pointed out earlier, normally presidents never get to see these people who are in the van of the parade as it goes down Pennsylvania Avenue.
Now, I assume that is the commander of the military district of Washington. I don't know his face, or I'm embarrassed to say I don't know his name, but I think that's who that is. And that's the honor guard. That's Charles Mallon and Mel Fish with them. They're Senate officials.
Guard in the back there that I see, Roger?
Sure is. You mentioned Mrs. Bush's accident. You can see on, or could have seen a minute ago, that bandage on her left leg.
Yep. Well, I'm amazed when you think about people, wives and husbands, when the husbands are running for president or some big office, that they don't get injured more often. They're forever climbing in and out of cars, up and down on platforms. They have a pretty good safety record, given the lives they have to lead. Weather has turned cloudy now, still holding at 56 degrees.
That's fife and drum. There they are.
There's the old guard. Good. That's neat, yeah.
know Mrs. Bush and Mrs. Reagan coordinated those colors.
And so did those troops. They're also in red and blue.
They've handed me a note that informs me that the general is a major general. I knew that much. I had to confess I didn't know his name. His name is Major General Arter, A-R-T-E-R. And I still am not sure, but I assume him to be the commanding officer of the military district of Washington. President Reagan throws sort of a high Western California salute, doesn't he? That's
Yes, he does.
A habit of his.
Now, the top of that presidential limousine, as you know, has a couple of hatches in it that can be opened up, and one in the back would enable the new president to stand and wave to the crowds. He may do that this afternoon. We don't know for sure. Security won't say in advance anyway.
Did you see a man hurriedly pass by that picture carrying a black bag?
No, but it's about time. The black bag is what we call the black bag, ladies and gentlemen, is the military officer assigned to be with the president night and day. People do it in shifts, carrying the codes in case there should be a nuclear war, and it's called the black bag, sometimes the football. That is one of the more awesome responsibilities that a president inherits when he takes his oath of office up here on Jenkins Hill.
Now tell me, John, do I understand that the presidential motorcade will follow down Pennsylvania Avenue, this honor guard, at their pace?
I'm going to look that up.
If that's true, that'll take 30 minutes for them to get to the White House, won't it?
I'm going to look it up, and we're going to pause for this message.
Well, any moment, this parade will be swinging out, at least the presidential parade will be, the car will be swinging out of the Capitol Plaza, and we're starting the long trek down Pennsylvania Avenue.
I think I can answer your question now. I found it. We're not certain about this. There, of course, is the car, and you can see Mrs. Reagan's red dress in the lower left-hand window there. As I understand it now, that the parade goes one way, and the car bearing the president and the first lady does not follow the parade moving slowly, but goes on ahead of it and enters the reviewing stand, which you just saw with Tom and Brokaw and Jane Pauley there, so that the Reagans will be able to see the whole parade, I think, from the reviewing stand on the White House lawn.
Well, then why did they review their military guard up here? Because I kept hearing that they weren't going to get to see it down there.
I don't know. I'm very confused.
Well, they're ready anyhow.
I think we'll just have to wait and see what happens. But if the pace of that those marching bands wasn't all that fast. I wonder if they're going to do it. Then that means they won't get to the White House until 3:30 or so, or in 35 minutes from now.
I guess the wait now, John, must be just allowing the foot soldiers to clear the hill and get out of the way so these cars can get down below.
It looks as though it's kind of threatening weather. It doesn't seem so here in Washington. And there's the presidential limousine taking its place in the parade. And they're both up.
Now, you remember 4 years ago when the car swung around the corner out of the Capitol Plaza and started down the hill, suddenly the car stopped and out they came. Mm-hmm. And what we saw for the next, what was it, 45 minutes was the President of the United States walking hand in hand with his wife.
And it was a beautiful day, and it was...
and it was probably the most dramatic thing of the whole day. You talked about his speech being, generally an average speech. That walk down Capitol Hill was probably the most important thing he did that day. So much attention falls naturally on the president, but of course Mrs. Reagan, as Jimmy Stewart said earlier, is a co-equal in this marriage, and she resents very much what she calls the question, and the question being, how much influence will you have on your husband? She says that I will make my views known, and generally she says he knows my views. First ladies are a favorite subject of newspaper people and the media. Ellen Goodman, a columnist with the Boston Globe, recently did a column about first ladies, and all first ladies, she says, are too something. Dolly Madison was too fat, and Sarah Polk was too stuffy, and Margaret Taylor was too coarse. She smoked a pipe. Julia Grant was too plain. Mary Lincoln was too dumpy. Amy Eisenhower was too tacky. Jackie Kennedy too snappy. Pat Nixon too stiff. Betty Ford too candid. Rosalind Carter, she said, too ambitious. Her nickname was the Steel Magnolia. Mm-hmm. And now Nancy Reagan will be, I'm sure by the time it's all over, too something to somebody. But we'll have to suspend judgment about that.
You know, one of the interesting things, Roger, is that we have just seen a president depart whose best friend in life, Mr. Carter, is his wife, Rosalind. There's no question in my mind about that. She was closer to him than anybody, than Ham Jordan or Jody Powell or Charles Kerbo or anybody. And we are looking now at a new president who has a similar relationship with his wife. They're the Bushes, of course. And you do not hear it said about Barbara and George Bush that they rely and depend upon each other and need each other for comfort as much as you do about the Reagans, and certainly as you did about the Carters.
Well, I suppose with the